All right. Gotta clean up a little bit. I'm standing on stuff. There's so many bins and things that I've kind of just like thrown out to the side here. Try to get them out of the way. All word storage. Get that back into the onto the shelf that it belongs in. Here's the shifter cover for the BMW shifter that I have. I haven't had a use for this because the thing has like a rubber grommet at the bottom, right? I don't need the like leather skinning on the outside. It does have a little button on it. That'd be kind of a cool button to use to control how much force feedback is in the granted device wheel. All right, let's see here. What else? This is going here. Make room for myself at the bench. That'll do. I have to use the bathroom in the middle of the stream. I think I'll be okay. Who dis? How's it going? In Metronomic Live or? What else was I doing? Glass, water, hydrated. Stay hydrated. Is that the glass that I'm currently using, or is that an old one? That is the glass that I'm currently using. Okay. Yeah, Metronomic is great. If you guys have a chance, please check him out because I've been shamelessly stealing his mixes over the past years as an intro, as something to fill the void of the intro. Wasserkühlungsbonder Twitch streamer. Wasserkühlungsbonder. I can't do German. Oh my god, our tap water is like pure chlorine these days. I think they did something. Maybe we're using a different pump or something. Different one of the pumping stations, or they chlorinated the ever-loving crap out of it just for cleanliness or something. I mean, I got a water report back in the day, and it was like great. Man, last stream was really cool. All of the My Summer Car streamers and then some of our regulars like just came together. We had Davies raid and we had the Queen Ella raid, Code Rushed and Cosmo Quest X. That was cool. This is Waffle, so happy to catch a stream. Feels like a million years working on that keyboard rebuild. Your PC was last time I was here. Man, the keyboard rebuild, that was cursed. There are some problems with that one. Being that I should not have soaked all the keys and then dried them off after one soak. It should have been multiple soaks, and there should have been more of a mechanical process behind the contacts. Because I think what happened was when all the alcohol dried up, because the contacts are pressing against one another, because all the alcohol dried up, all the schmutz that was in the alcohol concentrated on the area of the actual contact press. That or oil got into them, because I oiled the springs. Instead of greasing the springs, oil versus grease, you know? So when I went back to use the keyboard again, certain keys wouldn't work at certain times of the week. And it wasn't really all that regular, so I'd have to open Keyboard Tester and check all the keys and then tap them like 600 times so I'd get the contacts to kind of smack together and do their job. And eventually now the whole keyboard works, except I didn't know the Keyboard Tester does not test, you know, that online keyboard tester? It doesn't actually test the function key, because the function key is something specific to that code keyboard. So it didn't test the function key. So it turns out the function key was grody for a very long time. It wasn't until the first wheel stream of My Summer Car, when I was putting everything together, I moved the keyboard and the backlight went super dim, and I'm like, uh-oh. So I tried to use the function key as you do in order to change the backlighting. Oh, what's going on? Maybe the dip switch is broken. Switch the dip switch, unplug it, plug it back in, keep trying the function keys. Nothing was happening. So it's like, what's wrong with the dip switch? What's wrong with the keys? What's wrong? And I resisted going into full diagnostic mode. So I was like, all right, let's just do a factory reset. Hit the dip switch, plug it in. It does a factory reset, unplug it, plug it back in. Yeah, the music is a little loud. Okay. Yeah, I can do that. Sorry. That might be too soft. I can't hear my final mix on this. So anyway, I'm trying this function key, and I'm trying like the dip switch. So I do a factory reset, and the factory reset turns the backlighting to 0. And I'm like, uh-oh, I broke it. So I keep trying the function key, and keep trying the dip switches, nothing is happening. So finally I break down and I take apart the circuit board, or take apart the keyboard, like take the shell off, and get the multimeter and test a known working key. All right, that one works. I can see the resistance go from infinite to almost nothing. Try the function key, nothing. All right, so what's wrong with the function key? Desolder it. Try it on the multimeter, still nothing. Take it apart, take the key itself apart, and look at the metal contacts. Nothing doing on the metal contacts. So in the end, what I ended up doing, I've ordered more keys, more, I wolfed down a hamburger before stream, sorry. Anyway, I looked at the key, and the contacts were dead. The key was dead. I went on Amazon, I ordered 10 or 20 Cherry MX clears. Easy enough to do. It'll be good to have a little stock of them in the background. And then, for the time being, I took the the right hand Windows key and the function key, and I swapped them. So I had to do a little bit more desoldering in order to swap it. It took like an hour total to do all that work. But yeah, so now I have control of the backlighting of the keyboard. But that function key I never was able to test. And it turned out to be what the reason I wasn't getting backlighting. Anyway, sorry, I'm very well invested in keyboard projects. I'm gonna go use the bathroom. I'm gonna be like a minute or two. You guys could enjoy this. I'll just leave this up like this. Oh, my glucose level's going psycho too. I need to address that. So I'll be back in just a second. I don't think I can put BRB up in the same thing, can I? I think my overlays might be over top of one another. Yeah, they are. Hold on, let's fix that before That's unlocked, but then the whole category is locked. So let's unlock the category. And there's the BRB. Put that put that over my face. Because my face isn't supposed to be here when I'm doing that overlay. Yeah, it's a lot of trauma and pain. I was like, should I get a new keyboard? And I'm like, I don't want to spend all that money. Those Code keyboards are not cheap. So being able to refurbish mine is kind of an important thing. And every now and then, I get a little filthy, and I spill stuff on the keyboard, and then I need to clean it up. That's why I have a little spray bottle that's full of alcohol with some air pressure. We might touch stuff. Just don't use the oven, all right? Just don't touch the oven. I'm gonna leave you guys with like a full bowl of food and stuff. Just just don't touch my beer, and I'll be right back.
I need to go to sleep soon. I forgot what it felt like to be up at 4, and there's like this uncanny valley for like an hour or two, where some people are going to sleep on the West Coast and the East Coast, and then the people in the EU are waking up and they're like, "Yo, what's up? Good morning. I'm listening to this before I go to work," and then I get another wave of energy. But nevertheless, I do have to sleep. was gonna get off like an hour ago, but here we are. So, a few more tracks. I'll finish this beer. It's getting started in Vegas. I guess it's 1 a.m. That's not too bad. Not too bad. Janice Aquaja Scat here. Welcome. That's a name I haven't seen in a while. All of you probably feel the same about mine. What's up, Dirch? Haven't seen you in a while too. Miss Tina Mite. I seen you pretty recently. Vegas ends at 6 a.m. I didn't think you lived in Vegas, Paul. I thought you lived somewhere else for some reason. Yeah. I don't mean to put you on blast, Paul, but are you, if I remember correctly, you were in medical school? Or you were studying something medical related? Oh. Oh, you travel for work. Okay. Just a nurse. That's still medical. Okay. Cool. Oh, thanks for what you do. At the if you're a gambler, I wish you luck at the casinos. I haven't been to Vegas in forever.
Huh, everyone lost their badges. Good old Twitch, up to Twitch things. Let's get Fusion started before we do anything. I love Fusion because I can type foos. Metronomic's taking over the stream. That's right. I bequeath my stream to Metronomic while I die of pooping. All right. This is gonna hobble the computer for a little bit. Got a GTX 970 and a pretty decent processor. I probably shouldn't pull up the about page for the computer because it might have my Windows key in it. Oh, you bastard. This is why we started up early. They sneak this little dialogue up here and then they download with complete alacrity. They give themselves a blank check to all of your bandwidth. As you can see here, because I am now in stop motion mode. Welcome to my stop motion stream where I'm actually an animated marionette. I sit on a throne of little metal pylons that you can tighten down in order to pose me in various different scenarios, and then they'll computer out all of the rigging. I'm gonna say it again because I missed the Davies raid. Last stream we had a bunch of really good raids and I'm super happy for them. We had Code Rushed, Cosmo Quest X, Davy, and the Queen Ella. Davies and the Queen Ella, like I know Davies, like he's a really cool guy. He does a lot of My Summer Car and other variety game streaming. And he's managed to actually partner off of that, which is great. He has a very chill stream. I don't know the Queen Ella, but I do know that they both have a lot of My Summer Car modes. So it was really cool to see them raiding the channel. To see my fat ass on that really bad camera angle, struggling against my wheel Actually not struggling against my wheel because I turned off the force feedback. I'll turn it back on. I need to try to get that force feedback actually working. A friend of Davy's stream. Yeah, that's what I figured. But they both rated with 45 people. It was awesome. 45 and 47 actually, respectively. But yeah, it was really cool to see them jump in on the My Summer Caring. Even though when Queen Ella rated, I wasn't getting the trophy. I was just trying to deal with the bullshit that My Summer Car throws at you. Are we stuck at 38? Did we freeze? Nope, 39. There it is. This is a big update. Why? This is sudden. Hopefully this isn't the you don't get any features until you pay us update. The we suddenly don't support education because our business leaders are totally blind to the way that students get sort of indoctrinated into a type of CAD. That wasn't a hit and run. That guy walked into my car. And then the other person that I killed on the rally, I don't think that run was the final run. Was it? Did I hit that guy on the actual final run? Because that was from, God, that was on the way to the strawberry farm, not coming from the strawberry farm. Ooh, I like the little bit of guitar in the background of this. Stop motion. It's like a 90s music video. I'm digging this. This is a good track. This is a good track. %. Come on. So what I want to do with this is actually to reduce the amount of material that's required for this. So make a thin wall segment where it's literally just holding. It's not. I want to reduce it to pure structure beams and then have a very thin blocking wall or whatever you want to, however you want to put it, so that it prints quickly. I don't know if we can use features that AutoCAD already has in it. I'm not really that read up on those things, and I haven't practiced any of it. So if I do, I'm gonna look like a complete fool. And I'll hear no end of it from chat. Or we could just manually put triangles and stuff, and then chamfer the triangles to make them soft on the edges and stuff. That may be the way that we end up doing it. Maybe I'll do a radius out from each hole, and then do a straight line, like a what is it? A to B, as the crow flies, line, and then I can make triangles that hit each segment of the line. No, but that would be the center. So if I do troughs, and then take the areas where the troughs hit, and then the troughs would be the beams. I don't know. I got to think about this. 2% to go until I'm no longer in stop motion mode. We're in science and tech, right? Yeah, we should be. I hit update on that stuff. I didn't really set up many tags. I don't know what tags are doing for us. %1 to go. Please hurry up. You know, there's no moisture by the water blocks that I'm using. Those seem perfectly fine. It's just these fittings, these square fittings that they use, the square block fittings, that are leaking like sieves. And they don't look all that much different in size from the other ones. My fear is that the fittings themselves are leaking. I hope that's not it. All right, restart Fusion. Here we go. My guts are working on something that I ate a while ago, so I don't know if I'll need another fart break. Lots and lots of farts. I had a runny nose and a cough. And I hate that I have to now be wary of whether or not it's COVID. It's not, because I don't have a fever, but it's like, By the way, everybody, U.S. Postal Service, you can, those of you who are Americans, you can go get your free tests, or sign up for them at least, and then the government's gonna have your email address, but whatever. Go do that. Control panel EPS. Ooh, it's gonna take a minute to... Whoa! God, it's killing my computer. You don't have priority over... God damn it. Fusion, what are you doing? Yeah, it's chill. I like this. I like what's being played right now. What the fuck is going on? Fusion is not happy with me right now. Please don't crash my computer. I don't think Fusion quite understands that it's not priority number one around here. You got a lot to live up to, buddy. And I don't know where you get off hurting my computer's productivity and effectiveness. I gotta get a haircut, you guys. I'm just gonna be all hair by the next stream. Nothing but hair. Hello? Can I get a rendering? Or are we just infinitely stuck like this? It's trying to open up the file that we had open yesterday perfectly easily. All right, I've got OBS in focus right now, and that's actually allowing me to be animated. But like, I don't know why it's having so much trouble. I really hope Fusion doesn't become self-aware, because then it's going to have a lot of troubles with the stuff that I make it do. I don't know why everybody has trouble with my code. I've had complaints about my code recently. Like discussions about how my code is spaghetti and stuff. Still open, close that. Okay, there we go. I mean, like, I like to have a laugh and call everything that I do a futile effort and terrible and stuff, but like, kind of gets you after a little while, right? Like, I don't want everybody to just believe that my code is terrible all the time and that everything I do is cursed. Should we account for magnet holders on this? That means there needs to be support material from the bed if I do that. I still haven't figured out how I want to do the magnets on this. I mean, I can super glue magnets onto it all day. I could take a milling, like an end mill, and I can make a little circular indentation in the corner here. And then if I put a circular indentation on the panel itself, that'll be under support material. Super gluing it on PETG is not really a great idea. Cyanoacrylate kind of melts PETG a little too much. Although that would be my only option. I could also use UV glue. I mean, maybe I could do a hole from the other side. Maybe we'll do that. I'll do a hole from the other side and make it real close to the plastic. That way there's a layer of plastic in there. And then I can take an end mill on that end here and then machine a little indent and super glue a magnet there. That way we are kind of minimalistically in the corners. Let's do that, because I can do the two upper corners, and that'll just hold the whole control panel on, and that's all we really need. It's a piece of glass, so I gotta make sure that it actually has structure. But yeah, we'll do that. We'll do an offset from the edge. I'll do a hole that's just the size, maybe undersized a little bit for the magnet, maybe exactly the same size as the magnet, and that way I can press fit it in. So I don't even really need an adhesive on the PETG, because it'll just stay in with pressure, and then it'll be pulled into its plastic, into like a 1 millimeter layer of plastic. And then on the other side, I'll have an indentation that I make with a milling machine, or an end mill. And then I'll put the magnet in that, and I can put super glue on top of it to hold it in. That's the idea. All right, cool. Came up with that one quickly. And we don't have to move this. And that gap there, and then this little tiny little bit of overlap right there will be perfect. There's just a little bit of area right there where we can sneak a magnet up, all up in it. That'll be good. Man, the end of this mix is hot. This is pure fire. Holy shit, metronomic. Metronomic live. I like it. Little vapor wavy. God, we gotta work on that. I really want to build an analog synth from nothing. I think that'll be a lot of fun. Voltage control oscillator, and well, the power supply would be the first thing, and then we go to like voltage control oscillator. Hey, Elite Stomper, how you doing? We're just kind of gathering here before stream, listening to Metronomic Live. We all should check out. And then we'll get to working on the design a little bit. I want to have a 3D print ready to go, so it's not going to take 14 hours to print. That's the goal anyway. What's Robert doing today? Yeah, his same stuff. Hitman VR, everybody's going to be playing that today. I showed Robert the picture of the first place trophy, and he said, "Eat my ass." So, because he's been trying to get that rally trophy. Can I ask you a question? All right, I guess we're at the beginning of the stream. You can ask away. He's gonna say, "Is this your job? Is this your only job?" Or it's gonna be one of the other questions I'm uncomfortable with. What are we working on today? What do we do? What do we, my computer doesn't work. How do I fix it? We get a lot of questions like that. I wouldn't go near Rob Oz with a 10-meter pole. Oh, near his ass. Yeah, yeah. A CR10. Can you recommend a good control board? I'm using MKS 1.4. No, Gen something. Damn it, we had a command for this. Really, is Nightbot still here? Oh, Nightbot's like fucking broken, that's why. Let me try to log into Nightbot so I can get that information. My printer is a mutant, but it started as a CR10S. I made a lot of like circuit boards for it so that things were a little bit more modular, but I think something's wrong with Nightbot right now. Hold on, let me just authorize myself so I can look at Nightbot. Hey Nightbot, what's up, man? You doing okay? Nightbot? Hello? Oh boy, it's not coming up. That's fun. That's fun. Nightbot's broken. MKS Gen like 1.4 or something like that. It's the control board that I use. If you join the Discord, you can ask the 3D printing section. I know Celia Russell has a pretty good idea of one. Fatadon is not looking right now. If he was, he'd probably have suggested something by now. There are others who do also know a lot of good stuff about 3D printing. I'm not that. I don't profess myself to know a lot. I have experience, but not knowledge. I don't know what's out there right now, but there are some good ones. There are some good like 16, 32-bit boards that you can get to replace your CR10S or CR10 and do some pretty amazing stuff with it. Yeah, the Nightbot is fucked, huh? That sucks. Yeah, let me get a. Uncle Phil, can you get a Discord like invite link and just put it in there? Put it in chat. I don't have Discord. This machine didn't log into Discord, so yeah. He's Uncle Phil's retrieving it. There's one link that we use, and we don't have it right now. It's in Nightbot. It's supposed to be conveniently stored in Nightbot. I just don't have Discord on this machine. I guess I could jump over to the other machine and do it if I need to, but we'll just give Phil a minute there. There it is. Here, I'm just gonna copy and paste that. There we go. All right. Yeah, thank you for that, Uncle Phil. I appreciate that. Okay. So over yesterday, after stream, I went out and I went to the store, and I come back from the store, and I'm trying to get my car parked in like the driveway that I park in, and it's like an awkward angle. So I have smudges on my glasses and the window's kind of smudged. So I'm like, all right, I'm gonna roll down the window and that way I'll be able to see things a little bit more easily. I need brighter reverse lights, but I'll be able to see things more evenly, or more easily. So I roll down the window, driver's side window, back into the spot, get my stuff leap. I don't know how I did it, because I can only really blame myself, but it's so weird that the window was left down. And so one of the people in the neighborhood was walking their dogs, and so they called one of my roommates and said that the window was left down. And so I got a pounding on my door at the very beginning. I got a pounding this morning. I got somebody knocking on my door this morning, telling me that I need to go close the window because they don't know how to start my car to roll up the window. Like, how long have you had one of these little RF dongles where you just hit a start button on the car to start your car? Because, like, how do you not remember that you just turn the key and then the windows work? People are getting dumb. I think there's something in the water. Yeah, they didn't know. They thought they needed to start my car because the wheel was a little bit to the side, so the key lockout until you move the wheel was preventing you from starting the car, which is also something that people should know about. You wiggle the wheel and the key will start the car. Like, what? And they didn't know that you could turn on the car and roll up the window. So I had like a trash bag and a towel. Their heart was in the right place, obviously. Like, thank you for sealing that. So what I did ahead of stream was I had to turn the heat all the way on. Yeah, people who don't know how to turn on a gas stove, the power's out. Oh my God. Oh my God. That's why I'm glad we have a hot water heater. So if the power goes out, as long as that pilot light is fine, we have hot water, which is great. I'm taking hot showers and like the power's been out for a week. Anyway, so what I did is I went and got food late, which I don't like doing, but when I did, oh dear God, my glucose level doesn't like that either. When I went and got food, I turned on the heat all the way on, the air conditioner all the way on, the seat heating all the way on. My butt was still a little bit wet when I got back. It wasn't that much moisture, or it wasn't that much like rain, but there was like a little bit of snow and like wintry mix that got in. So I ran the heat, I ran the air conditioning on full blast for a little while for my drive out and back to get food. All the windows were fogged when I got back, and I put in a little thing of desiccant, one of those drying packs that keeps the water in a little bucket underneath all of the silicone stuff. So I put that in the car, and now it's sealed up until it dries out, because it's going to significantly dry out. It gets very dry around here. I actually ordered a humidifier because it gets so dry that when I get up and move around, my hair starts frizzing outwards, and I get giant static shocks on everything. So yeah, I put a thing of desiccant in there for now, and then when it dries out, I'll open the windows a little bit, and that'll get rid of the moisture. But man, that was a drama-filled morning that I could have probably prevented if I wasn't so absent-minded. I don't do that. Like, I usually don't. I don't lose my glasses. I don't lose my cell phone. I roll up my windows when I park my car. You know, these are like things that are those are universals. Oh well, I guess I screwed up. There was another morning where my car alarm was going off for some reason. I don't know if maybe the electrical systems are starting to get a little buggy in my car. But why would it roll down the window when the car's off? It was definitely me. I definitely did it. There's no passing the buck on that one. Greavesy30, thank you for the follow. Blah, 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 blah. Thank you for the follow. There we go. That was 20 hours ago. Damn it. Yeah, the car window goblins. They struck again. Oh, there's Nightbot. Nightbot's back. Okay. Damn it. They exist. They actually exist, Elite Stomper. For back when I had a VW, I was looking into control boards that would enable you to do the key fob roll down. And they also had ones that had like humidity sensors that would sense whether or not it's raining and would roll your windows up, or the level of heat in the car and crack the windows a little bit. Those are cool. Those are like nice little microcontroller projects. The only problem is, you know, it helps if you have a current monitor on the motors for your Windows, so you don't crush people's fingers by accident. Yeah, my UI is also missing sub icons. What's going on with Twitch? Oh my god, my viewers and messages are down significantly since the last stream? Come on. That's stupid. I hate looking at graphs like that, because it's like, oh my god, when you weren't streaming, you weren't streaming. All your metrics went down severely while you were offline. Okay, that's not a useful metric. Thank you, though. I don't, yeah, I mean, the Nightbot website came up. What are the commands? Whatever, I don't care. Hey! Take it easy. Yeah, that's the Twitch API. That's not Nightbot. So the Twitch API still works. At least farts work. My farts always work too well. Oh my god, it's the sad conclusion to the mix. Yeah, the Twitch UI. Did you spend all your fart money on betting on racing? How could you do such a thing? I'm a shit gambler. Yeah, I did that in like Adam Plays and like Djibouti Show. Djibouti Show was the worst because they did betting on like those games where you put an army down and they fight each other, and I would bet and then it would just tank no matter what. Adam Plays, I actually managed to make a bet that got me like 200,000 points, and I've been squirreling it away. I'm one of the rich elites. You gotta earn your bits here. You earn 2 farts a day. It's honest work. Because if you think 2 farts a day and 100 people, like 200 farts a day, each fart is 5 seconds. 2,500 seconds of farts. You guys could tank my stream if you wanted to. More water, more blocks. I don't know what's going on with these things. They're leaking. These cute little distribution things. So we're gonna try shrink wrap on it, but we're gonna do Fusion 360 first. I don't know. The problem is I don't know. I don't know. Because it could be, I mean, like the fitting itself, it could be to seal around this thing. I didn't measure this with calipers, so I don't know. Or it could be where it's pressed into the block that's leaking. And so I think we're gonna use shrink wrap on these when we get to this. I gotta do stuff in Fusion first. I gotta make some ribs on the back of the this panel here. We've done some of the edits to this. I just need to make it out of less material, and then I'll print that tonight. So I gotta get that done. I wanna free up the 3D printer. I wanna finish this thing, and we'll do the magnet mounts on the top of this. But I want to free up the 3D printer because I want to start printing the H-shifter project. I want an H-shifter so that I can do better in my summer car. We got gold medal on the rally, on the junior rally at least last time, yesterday, and so hopefully I can ramp that up and get the big boy rally #1. But yeah, it took a couple runs and then we got the award, and then I didn't save. And I started driving home. This is the problem. I didn't save, and I was like, let's just get our stuff home, and then I'll poop in my own toilet, and we can see whether or not my reckless driving and the guy who walked into the front of my car even before I was backing my car out of the parking, the overnight parking, and a guy walks into my car and falls over dead. We go and we do the race, and I think I ran somebody over during the race. We get back, that guy's still there. So I took a picture of the trophy next to him. I thought I would have a wanted level off of that and find the cops back at home when I drove home. So I start driving home without saving, and I'm like, I should really be careful because I didn't save. There are a lot of rally cars on the circuit possibly still, even though we're past rally time. Just as I was saying this, a rally car comes over the hill and And so my car explodes, the Satsuma explodes, I die, I end up back at church, and I can't overwrite the save or I'd have to do the rally again and give up my first place trophy. So we took the motorcycle back to the car. That's when we got the raid from the My Summer Car players. When the sun was going down, I was about to get into the truck to sleep because the truck was over on its side. We left it there. We go back with the motorcycle, we collect the parts of the Satsuma, we put it back together. I need to sleep for fatigue, so I go to the Gifu to try to sleep, and then something glitches it and it flies away into one of the walls of the game in My Summer Car. And so I couldn't find the Gifu, it was too dark.
All right,
I had to, I don't know, I forget what I ended up doing. I think we got the bike. We ended up finding using the bike for the headlight. And I think I found the Gifu and then slept and then got the car all the way back to Fleetari's. And then at the end of stream, I didn't save. So I had to do it again. Oh, those are cool. Yeah, those could be useful. They're a little big for this, I think. I gotta see if I can find them in the right size, but our thoughts are just using shrink wrap around these. Shrink wrap these are silicone fittings, so these are silicone hoses, so they can withstand the heat. Yeah, silicone hoses. I mean, these caps can't, but the silicone hoses can withstand the heat. So if I do shrink wrap on these two, I don't know if these will be the ones that'll leak, but I should be able to get a good. I mean, I thought this would pinch enough. This is pretty pinchy, but we're still getting a lot of liquid on this surface. So I'll have to investigate that. We'll do that when we're done with Fusion. No, I did not. I did not lose my first place. I didn't. I kept it. I didn't save. I think our previous save was before I started heading home. It looks like I did remember to save before heading home. Yeah, I did. Oh, no. You know what we did? The first thing we did after the crash was walk back to town and save. That's right. Because that's why I ran out of time. That's why it got so dark. Because we walked back to town and saved. And so I had to go retrieve the Satsuma in its crashed state. Oh, no, wait, no. When you die, it saves. That's what it was. Now I remember. When you die, it saves and you're sitting out in front of the church. So I reloaded from there, and then I did it all again. If it is the fittings, I'm going to have to put silicone in a syringe and kind of deposit it around those fittings. And then just like, I don't know, maybe a wet... Maybe a clay working tool I can work around the edge in order to just kind of squidge it in there and make sure it seals. I've done all kinds of embarrassing stuff in order to seal water cooling before. Metronomic Live. Listen to him. Go follow him. He's awesome. This is his apartment. Can't really see the view from this camera angle. Yeah, FK Productions knows all about this kind of stuff. He's got, he's with that Philadelphia experiment thing that I try to play on this, but they haven't streamed in like too long. They don't have VODs. Sounds like an episode of Twilight Zone. Oh, My Summer Car? Oh, absolutely. It's like the Finnish Twilight Zone. It's wild. I love that game. Oh, Davies is on. Davies raided us during oh, everybody's playing Zomboid. Everyone and their dog is playing Zomboid, which I don't know. I played it back in the day, and it wasn't too appealing to me for the stuff that I like, so I haven't really been playing it at all. I also don't want to get sucked into another game right now. I've been finishing My Summer Car. A lot of people love Zomboid. I don't know. I'm lukewarm on it. I don't mind it. Super boring, but it depends on who streams it. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe it's really fun to play. Building a zombie base in isometric view is always fun, but... All right, glucose level is... Let's do the grape lady. Yeah, glucose level sucks, but I think it'll recover. All right, we should get started. Let's get started. Pause. No, it's the grape lady. It's the grape lady thing. Set up, start soon. All right, what are we doing today? Well, you know, I got my first place in the junior rally, so I'm riding high off of that dopamine. Still. Anyway, it is, we got to get back to burn the subs. Burn the subs is important. We got to get that running and working because it's like the cornerstone of this entire stream. You guys don't give a shit about me. You just want burn the subs to work, and I know that. So we're gonna keep working on it. Last time we made some headway on this thing, some heady headway on burn the subs. We have the control panel here. Jesus Christ, it's a lot of light. Hold on. Let's do that. Let's tighten that up a little bit, and let me just move that just so that it's not glaring the ever-living crap out of what we're looking at. This is the control panel, and it's very vertical. It's very vertical, this control panel. The reasoning behind that is that burn the subs is very tall, and our electronics aren't. So we have a lot of vertical space that we can take up with the electronics. So what I've decided to incorporate with it, and this is part of like the results of our testing over time of burn the subs 1 and 2, this is 2.5, is that, you know, we need a little bit of cooling on the motor drivers. When we ran the motor drivers against themselves, basically we ran a braked stepper motor against these drivers with a big NEMA motor on it, a NEMA 23. We ran it against itself, and the drivers overheated, and I had a little bit of a panic attack, because it's like, if these drivers are going to overheat, they will skip steps, and we can either hook the step skipping up to a limit switch style trigger on the motor controller, and then it'll go, oh no, something has happened. And then my Raspberry Pi will have to go, oh no, something has happened, and then figure out where in the G code it got caught, or just say, I couldn't burn that. And then we would have to go back over that location once everything's cool and burn again. That's tough. That would be a lot of programming that I would have to do for that. So instead of facing up to the possibility of errors, I went into overkill mode, and I found these water blocks for the Raspberry Pi. Now, the Raspberry Pi the Raspberry Pi barely needs heat sinks. Everybody puts heat sinks on them, and that's good for the longevity of the chips. But the Raspberry Pi is built in a very nice way. The 3B Plus, at least I can vouch for, is built extremely nice. If you look at this thing on the thermals when it's running, it's not running right now, you would see a nice, even credit card-sized circuit board. And that's because the chips that they're using are designed specifically to dump the heat into ground. And as such, there is a robust, I hate using that word because it's kind of meaningless, but there's a robust glizzy guzzler. No, there's a robust ground plane. There's a robust ground. My vocal processing part of my brain is actually made out of a cottage cheese. And it manages to periodically conduct electricity and allow me to speak, but it is by the grace of just statistical probabilities that I'm able to actually communicate with you guys effectively. Anyway, so this credit card sized PCB has a robust ground plane that conducts heat very well and spreads it out to a large area and dissipates it evenly into the atmosphere. So if you put your Raspberry Pi in like a case that covers it over, it might be a good idea to put something on there to have vent holes in your case or something like that. But if you just have a free air Raspberry Pi, you don't really need any cooling on it. But people being people and being kind of psychotic have decided that it is within the possibilities to overclock a Raspberry Pi. And so AlphaCool made this whole series of water cooling accessories. Now, we didn't need all of it, so I just got the copper radiators, and I've had AlphaCool radiator, like small-sized radiator stuff. And then the reservoir is part of a different computer project that I was going to go ahead with before computers became a rare luxury item, the likes of which only NFTs can touch. So nobody can buy computers anymore, so the water cooling computer stuff didn't really go forward. So anyway, I was left with a bunch of spare parts, and as usual, all of my good spare parts end up on Burn the Subs. So what we decided to do with the previous version of Burn the Subs, I bought 3 of these little Alpha Cool reservoirs. They're like $6 each, right? So why not buy 1 for each of these little motor drivers? And that way, if they overheat, because they have a temperature sensor on them. Sorry, hold on. Lunch is deciding to attack me with a pitchfork. Oof. So if those motor drivers have any propensity to even start to overheat, we start pumping water through it. The radiator, not really necessary in the system if there's enough water. It's like, we're not going to reach heat saturation on this thing during burning. We've had large gift subs before, and we've had the board running in constant duty, and it was pumping water through itself with a different pump, and everything was pretty good. I mean, the performance of the thing is, you know, hey, nothing overheated. But actually, the reason that nothing overheated is that the actual loads on the X-axis motor are not as severe as when we're breaking the X-axis motor. So, oh well. But anyway, just for sharts and gargles, I think AVE would say, just for shits and giggles, we decided that, let's just water cool it. It's fun. It's fun, and it makes a certain allure to the design. And you go, whoa, did you water cool that? And then other nerds will come in and go, you didn't need to water cool that. What are you doing? Why do you have thermal cameras? It's like, dude, dude, ease up, man. It's like, we're just having fun. Stop having fun. I'm here to display the fact that I'm smarter than you. Anyway, so it's like, yeah, you're smarter than me. Go away. But anyway, so we decided to water cool everything, and I even have a radiator on it. I'm a little, I don't know. I feel like I might want to reverse this. I feel like I might want to flip that around. But if we flip it around, we won't see the little waterfall and the pinwheel moving. I mean, I guess you could look through this and see the waterfall and the pinwheel. But what you don't see behind here are the fittings of the pump, which I guess is okay. It's a little messy, but kind of some of that mess is part of the look of the thing, you know? Well, anyway, the point is that we have a water cooling system running this thing, and in order to mount all the electronics, I made this big 3D printed platen for the back here so that we could mount all this stuff. Now, I could have just taken a piece of metal and drilled it out. I could have used AutoCAD to figure out what the coordinates were for all of the holes, written them down on a piece of paper, get a piece of, I don't know, maybe a piece of, where'd it go? Oh, yeah, maybe a piece of, like, scrap carbon fiber that's not even finished in the backside and make kind of a cool-looking plate that everything mounts on. Well, that's been played out. So we're going to just 3D print it. I have a lot of excess filament right now from the RC car project, so I figure I want to use up some of it. And a good thing to do would be a semi-transparent platen for the backing of all of the stuff. So what I've done is I've gone into AutoCAD and I've modeled the things that I couldn't find, and I found the things that I couldn't model. And so I ended up putting together, whether it be just a placeholder for the size and the position of the holes, or an actual manufacturer's or third-party part that represents all the dimensions of a thing. Like that AlphaCool radiator came directly from AlphaCool's website. AlphaCool's website has a section that has 3D models of all their radiators. It's pretty fucking cool. I appreciate that greatly. So what I did is I used those solids in order to print brackets that would hold everything together. So we've got the reservoir mounted on our backing rails. We have the control panel platen mounted on our backing rails. And then in the future, we need to design something that holds the pump, at least the pump. I think the water blocks can probably hold themselves. This is not, unfortunately, the pump that we're going to use anymore. We did one test with the larger pump that we have now. And the larger pump is this guy here. And it is much angrier than the previous ones. This pump right here is a much angrier pump, which is good. We need it because if we water cool things, why not water cool the Raspberry Pi became why not water cool the laser diode. The laser diode is actually producing more heat than anything else in this whole business, and laser diodes are fairly sensitive to heat. It's a little, you know, it's a little overkill maybe to water cool the laser, but it'll improve the longevity of it, I guess. I don't know. It's a little overkill, but why not? You know, why not have a little fun with it? So what I did is I looked on AlphaCool's website and I found these little distribution blocks. These little distribution blocks that are 5-to-1. So they fit G1/4 fittings on either side, and then they have all of the little tiny fittings for, you know, their specific Raspberry Pi water blocks. And we tried to use a method of cutting the tube and putting the tube on the tube. Look into yourself and realize yourself is yourself. When you're above yourself and below yourself and behind yourself and the back of yourself, and DJ Shadow song. Anyway, we use these little compression collars, which are just pieces of its own tube put over the end. And that's generally worked for me. Like, I've done that in brewing before, and that's actually sealed very nicely. But these are leaky as all shit. So what's going on? So we're going to investigate that a little later on. We need to do a little bit of Fusion 360 stuff before we get to that. But I would like to investigate why these things are leaking. And so we have two things to try here. And I think the one thing that I really want to try, is shrink wrap around the end of the tubes, because that will definitely put a lot of pressure. If I find shrink wrap that barely fits over the OD of this tubing, and then I shrink it, this is silicone tubing, so it can take the heat. If it was PVC, I would be reluctant to try this. But if I find shrink wrap that fits over the ends, I can put a little piece of shrink wrap over the ends, and then we'll be sure that there's a lot of clamping force on that with the shrunk wrap. So if there's a lot of clamping force on it, we can determine whether or not it is the fitting itself that's leaking. And unfortunately, getting the shrink wrap off is probably a little bit tough to do. But we are getting water flow all the way out to the laser with this new pump. And it might just be that the pump is so angry that it can't get enough flow through all the tubes, and that's why there's all of that excess pressure in the line. So maybe if I run the pump at a lower voltage, we won't get the leaking. I still don't think that's acceptable. I think that everything should be able to tolerate the enhanced pressure, because I definitely want water flow all the way out here. And if we slow down the pump, we're not going to get enough flow. We didn't even get the pinwheel moving when we tried the other pump on this thing. So that's something that, you know, we got to work on. And then I'll be able to design bracketry for this area up here. It is kind of a shame that it isn't facing the other way. Anyway, one of the things that we need to do with this control panel is we need to put holes in it. We need to have a hole for all of the wires to get to a DB connector. I want a DB connector on the side of this thing so I can unplug the board from it and pull this thing off of the wall. If there's water in this, I want to be able to dump the water and replace it, because it got kind of grody. The other one got kind of grody. I don't want to get up and get the reservoir, because then I'll have to poop again. So I'll get that later, but it's disgusting. It's got all the scaling in it and everything. I don't think the water around here is that bad. I got a pump from the local water authority. Actually, 3 reports. I got a report from each of the pumps that feeds this neighborhood, right? 3 pumps feed this neighborhood from whatever municipal water stuff there is. And all 3 of them are certifiably brewable, that I can pour them directly into my brewing setup and I can brew beer with them and it tastes good, right? All the minerals are in the right balance. I didn't have to buy any extra minerals or anything to add to the water. Recently I've been tasting a little bit too much chlorine, so I don't know what's up with that. This doesn't taste very chlorinated right now, but you know, we got good water in this neighborhood. I'm happy about that, especially given that, you know, I like to brew stuff periodically. So so I don't know where all that scaling came from, all the white nonsense that was in the water. I still need to wash out the setup here and make sure it's all clean. I'll have to find maybe I'll use the pump and like submerge it and then pump water through stuff selectively just to wash it out. But yeah, anyway, it barely needs water cooling, but it would be cool if we could, you know, successfully water cool everything, including the laser. That'll help with the longevity of the laser since we're overdriving it just a tiny little bit. Okay, that's all that. Let's go to Fusion. We're going to work on this back panel, the base platen. I can use platen. It's a big complicated word. What I want to do is I want to reduce the amount of material in this thing. Since I'm printing PETG, the support material is fairly dense. PETG is very bad at certain things. Hold on, just burping. PETG is extremely strong. They say it's food safe, but that's kind of stupid because there's all kinds of little ridges for bacteria to hide in. PETG is extraordinarily strong if you print it hot, right? It's shiny. It's kind of this beautiful, I love it because it's mainly just because of the strength. I mean, it's soda bottle plastic and it likes heat. So if you print hot, everything sticks together really nicely. You get a nice translucency out of it, but things that it are bad, things it are bad at. Things that it's bad at include, and are not limited to, bridging, because it likes to melt, stringing, because it likes to melt, and melting, because it likes to melt. It kind of like melts down a little bit, and you got to slow your printer down for it. I don't use any cooling fans, and I use a lot of top layers in order to make a semi-smooth surface out of it. But because it's so bad at bridging, 20%, I think I was running a little higher than 20% of infill, and so that's a fairly dense honeycomb pattern. So this print took 14 hours, which is crazy. So what I'd like to do is I'd like to make some ribs in this so that the material that's not actually supporting anything doesn't need to support anything. And then we'll have just ribs running along from fastener to fastener, or, you know, in a pattern or something like that in the back, you know, cut out of this thing so that when I print it, it's going to take a significantly smaller amount of time. And then we also need to make a hole for all of these tubes to go in. So those will go in right by the Raspberry Pi, and then we'll have holes for the DB connector so that I can have a connector on this thing that'll allow me to remove the board from the wall. I guess I could try to find a 3D modeled. I guess I could try to find a 3D modeled DB connector, but I think what we can do is we can just make a big hole behind the LCD, and all the wires can come out of that hole. Or we could even just make a medium-sized hole, because I mean, we've got almost 25 wires coming out of this thing, and I'll have to make them into a little bit of a harness for the back here. That'll be easy to do though, and I've got wire that I can use for this. DB connectors are awesome, by the way. All of you DIYers out there and you hobbyists, if you have something that you want to be able to disconnect, use a DB connector, because they're 0.1-ish spaced. You can sometimes sneak them on the edge of a perforated prototyping board, but they have solder cups, which are very easy to use, and each of these connectors at a voltage like 12 volts can do up to like 5 amps. They're nuts. DB connectors are crazy. They're really good connectors, and they've been around since, I don't know, since the dinosaurs. I think even Schmide was there when they were invented. They're so old. But these things are ancient, and they're all over the place. You can just pop into a Radio Shack, because I think there's still a couple of those around, and just pick up DB connectors. It's crazy. Maybe that's why you need to poop. Bad water? No. It's bad diet, if anything. Thanks for making me feel like a dinosaur. Yeah, so you remember when they were invented? That was like a little bit, that was like BC, right? I think the Romans were around. I think the Romans invented the DB connector. Anyway, they're super useful for DIY stuff, because nobody has them on their computers anymore, so you're not going to end up blowing up. You know, if you accidentally blow up somebody's parallel port printer, they had it coming. Like, I mean, parallel printers really in current year. So yeah, it was before DC electricity existed. Yeah, like nobody's going to be plugging your project into their computer with a DB connector, unless they're a dinosaur, in which case they deserve the mercy killing that you have provided them. All right, anyway. So we want to work on this platen here. And this platen here has a sketch. It's a pretty good sketch, but I don't think I want to, like, busy it up with our stuff. We could try another sketch on top of this for mercy killing dinosaurs. We're just making sure that they can't hurt us anymore. I don't know. I don't know how I want to do this. I can draw troughs between all of these things and then give them radii and then extrude into them from there. Or I can draw shapes in the negative space. I don't know how to use any of the auto tools that AutoCAD has to do things like generate. Like, I could use a shell function for this. Let's take a look, and I don't know if I want to do anything like that. There's all these tools that we can use in AutoCAD to do stuff like this. So, let me just see what we have. one of the first tools that comes to mind is shell. So if we shell this, and I've got the face, so why is that sideways? Yeah, it's like immediately going to break AutoCAD. Actually, that kind of gets us started, doesn't it? That's a pretty good start. You know, I may have to extrude those legs down. This thing was 5 millimeters, so if we give it 1 millimeter, so I'll give it 1 millimeter thickness on the main plate. That one is tapering inwards, which is not what we want. Interesting. So it's actually kind of working. That's a weird shape for that. It made it into a cone. I don't want it to be a cone. Well, if we undo the chamfer, and I just use shell on this, and I go down inside thickness 2, 3, at least 2 millimeters. If I go 4, well, right now I got to get rid of the rails because I can't see what I'm doing. We don't need to get rid of the box. I guess we can get rid of most of the stuff actually, just so we can see the solid. We'll bring stuff in as we need it. Because I did the appearance menu and I made it fancy. That's pretty good actually. I'm not mad at that. Although the size is a little weird. Oh yeah, the thickness of 2 millimeter. Yeah, thickness of, well, if we make it 1 millimeter thickness. I mean, I know we got a thickness for the thickness, but I think we can work with that. That's actually pretty good. I don't know how to make the ribs yet. I think that's a different command that I don't know how to use. That thing doesn't need to be, this doesn't need to be the way it is like that. Maybe I can take that extrude for those guys. Take the main extrude and I'll add these in. We'll cut them out later. There, see, that just gives us a larger area there. This, I don't know if we really need, but we do need a place for the screws to go into. I'm tempted to just leave it like that, because that's kind of cool. The rule of cool. I also want to make that a little smaller, that shroopty-hoop. So let's take a look at that sketch. And this needs to be 38. We'll make it 38. Okay, it still kind of knows what it's doing. Those should probably attach to one another. What's up, Groovy? How you doing? I'm still riding high off of that first place win. Yeah, we'll have to extrude that out. It looks like it shelled it from the bottom, too. That's a little weird. Is that a solid, or does that actually have... What did it do to this? Yeah, it actually created a thing, huh? Maybe we can change that extrude process. Yeah, that's this step here. So let's get rid of this right now. I'm just going to delete that step. There we go. We'll remake those once we kind of know what we're up against here. Okay, so those are our feeties. Those are our feetsies. This is looking a little trippy. Wait, what's going on here? Are we in orthographic mode? No, we're in perspective mode. Good. It actually believes that we are human beings and that we see things in stereoscopic vision. That isn't somehow always orthographic, even though we're looking at it isometrically. Twitch is back. Yeah, Twitch is all fucked up right now. We didn't have sub badges for a little while, and Nightbot wasn't working. We're looking to design the back plate of Burn the Subs, and we're trying to make it a little bit less material hungry. It took no less than 14 hours for me to print the other version. So what is happening there? What is that about? Wait a minute. What is that? What the fuck? What is, huh? 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 What is happening with that? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. What are you doing, AutoCAD? Chan? Oh, I see. We're viewing it from the opposite side. That's what it was doing. Okay. All right. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. So I mean, this would almost be passable as a platen material. I could just like reduce the size of these things and just leave this at like 1 or 2 millimeters, and then it would be less than a 14-hour print. That's for damn sure. I would like to make like a rib structure on this though. Something that'll kind of like give it a little bit of strength. It doesn't need that much strength though. It's not like it's not like a super supportive member of everything else, but I think I'm gonna have trouble printing the outside wall if it's 1 millimeter. I'd have to reconfigure the printer a little bit because that's gonna melt. So let me I'm gonna take that shell operation and let me make it 2 millimeter. So that makes everything just a little thicker, and it kind of attaches some stuff to other stuff. And then from here, I think we can make a pattern. If I take this piece right here, we can work off of, why does everything look like it's not orthographic? Looks like this. See, that looks wrong. Perspective. Okay. I think it's just messing with me, my perception of what's in front and what's behind. I'm having like an MC Escher moment with this thing. If we make a sketch on that surface, we can then make just kind of like a structure pattern on top of it. I don't think AutoCAD, I do think AutoCAD has utilities or apps or whatever that has the ability to make like ribs, but I don't know how to use them. I don't know what utility I would use. Scripts and add-in is like, Spurgear is a good plugin, by the way. Bolts, bottle, extract bill of materials, add-ins, electronic package generator. Jeez, there's a lot of crazy stuff that you can do with this program. This program's interesting because with Fusion 360, you kind of like start working on stuff in the very simplistic sort of drawing tools and extrusion tools. And then as you get into it, you start getting into like finite element analysis and stuff like that. Like there are some powerful tools that are sort of under the surface of this program. It's really interesting. We're so used to seeing 3D graphics with perspective that our brains can't compute depth properly when there's no perspective. I mean, it's just unnatural to see something in a third, or sorry, what is it? A perspective, isometric orthographic view, because things get larger as they get further away. That's not natural. If I view this directly from the front or from the side, orthographic makes sure that everything lines up properly, but it needs to be on a face. But yeah, perspective is important because it just looks more natural. Peter Wolf. I remember Peter Wolf. 4-month streak. Hey, here I am again, hardware engineer and embedded software microchip. Is that what you are? You're an embedded microchip? What's going on? How's it going, man? Thank you for subbing. We did 2 millimeters. I think 2 millimeters is a little bit more natural. 2 millimeter thick on the back plate is not really all that necessary. I don't know. But I think 2 millimeters on the surround of these things is fine. I mean, I could take this and I can hit extrude and then I can choose that and I can do -1. So now there we go. We've got 2 millimeter surrounds with a 1 millimeter platen. There we go. Boom. I AutoCAD'd it. Let's get rid of this chamfer because it's not necessary right now. So I think now what I need to do is either find a tool that's going to make them, or in a sketch, I can do just some like hex patterns or something like that. I don't know exactly how I'm going to do that. I mean, I could just go hole to hole, right? And just doot, and then like fill in the other ones and figure out where they intersect and stuff. That seems like kind of crazy. And it's certainly not going to be the rib function. What is this one? Web. Create web. Well, that's an interest. I've never used these before. I swear I've never used these before, even though I just literally was looking at icons, all right? This isn't scripted. I didn't think I would be doing exactly this today. I thought I'd be drawing them. What are you guys talking about? Profile. Style profile, I said. Would that mean, okay, so if I reverse time here real quick, just bear with me. I choose this as the profile. Oops. Create the web. with the profile. Okay, maybe not. How does that tool work? Let's redo our shell. Rib. I think maybe, do I need like a side profile for the sketch? What if I view the sketch? No, no profile there. All right. Da 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 da. Do 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 do. I want to see somebody else use it, but I'll do it on mute.
This is a quick video
I said mute. Okay. All right. So we got a thing. We got a, okay. All right. Okay. Okay. All right. We've extruded. Congrats. Did he just go to, he went to shell. Okay. He shelled it. He gave it a couple millimeters. Now he's got this open thing. He goes back into the sketch and he manually draws the things. Okay. Wait a minute. Web. And then he chooses what? So he just draws a bunch of lines. Oh, that's interesting. Ooh, we got to try that now. That sounds like a cool tool. Did he really just drag and select all of the fillets? What the fuck? Oh, that's, oh, that's pretty cool. Oh, that's okay. Oh, that's all right. All right. All right. Now you get with it. All right. I didn't know any of those tools existed like that, and that seems like a very easy way for me to do a lot of operations very, very quickly, huh? All right, so now we know how to use the web tool, and we know like a cheaty way to get all of our chamfers at once without having to click on 10,000 different things. So I guess if I, where do we want? I don't even know what the pattern is going to be on these webs. What do you think that's going to look like to give us a little bit of strength to our thing? I mean, it probably should be coming from the holes, right? But I draw like 60 lines on this thing. I don't think that's really going to work out for us. Let's just play with it. So what if I just start a sketch here? Actually, did he do it from the original sketch? I think he did. But if I go back to this sketch, it's going to unextrude everything. So let's make a new one. We'll just call that ribs. And then all I do is draw like a line. Like if I just draw this, and then maybe like that, maybe like do one of these. We'll just try this and see what we get. What the hell? Stupid line tool. That line tool bug, they don't think is a bug. Boy, does it get annoying. I think they expect you to drag and drop all of the lines everywhere, but that's not what we do. It's not how I do things. So let's just try that. Finish sketch. And so if I do the web tool and I choose this, and I do, that should be a thickness, yeah. Just like 2. And then it doesn't do anything. Cool. Extent type. Distance to next would be draft angle, extend turns, flip direction. Yeah, it doesn't seem to know that it should be going upwards. Upwards 5 millimeter, 4 millimeter. -4. Nope. Cool, we've already broken it. So does it need to exist on the original sketch? And if I take a line and I go from here to here, view the sketch again, and then we try this tool again, and I choose that thing, and I do it 2 millimeter. Attempt to sweep 0 length vector. God damn it, this always happens, huh? Like, whoa, what a cool tool. It's so easy to use, and then it doesn't work. Let's watch that video again. Let's see what I missed. It's 1 minute and 4 seconds. I don't have this kind of time. I'm going to half pay attention to it. He's got all his bullshit sitting here. This is an earlier version, I guess. So he extrudes. He then shells. So we've done that. He's added the shell thickness. Then he creates a sketch on the edge. Okay. All right. So I created the sketch on the wrong surface. If I choose this right here, and I create a sketch, and then I go from point to point, which none of these, by the way, are in the... They're actually not in the sketch. So the annoying thing is that if I want to actually... like do well by these holes and actually support them, if I had fewer holes and I wanted to support them a little bit more, I would need to project them into this surface so that I could actually use them properly. Like this should probably just have like a keep out area around it, but let's just try it like this and I'll just see what I can do. That one seems to be in. This one is not. Why are those projected in and the rest aren't? All right, we'll just do that. There we go. There's our line. It's completely disassociated with anything. So I'll just leave it at I'll leave it at a triggering angle and finish it like that. And then if I do the rib tool on that line and I give it 2 millimeter, there it is. It's going to go from extreme edge to extreme edge. Okay, that's pretty cool. We can live with that. So I can significantly reduce the amount of material that I'm going to need in order to build this thing using this tool. And then I can try to chamfer all of the different surfaces. So we need to build up these posts first before I even do this. And then I'll have to figure out what the rest of the structure is going to look like as a result. Oh boy, we got our work cut out for us, guys. All right, so let's figure this out. Cancel. Control Z. Control Z. Let's just get me out of here. Get me out of here. Open the doors. Get them out of there. What do you want from us? Why do I keep quoting that? Nobody cares about that movie anymore. All right. No, wait. FK Productions knows because my psychosis in quoting the movie Independence Day seems to be a shared experience. All right, extrude that, and we'll go direction. We'll go to objects. Start can be there, and we go the distance to object, and we go up to here. Actually, we don't go up to there. We go up an arbitrary distance that I forgot. I could shell it with an extremely thick wall, but the whole thing is that I'm trying to reduce my print time from 14 hours. I don't know if that'll do that. I mean, if I give it like a block on this side and a block on this side, I guess I could do that. And then only these 2 posts here are the ones that will need like an extra little rib, and then I can kind of like build a rib structure out of the rest of this. I guess that's probably the way that I should do it. So hold on, let me Control Z my way out of here. Let's get the hell out of here, chat. We gotta undo everything until we get our posts back, and I just need to measure that distance and keep it in my head. Measure from here to here. Really? 17.8? Who came up with this number? 17.8, I guess, pertains to how I positioned everything with like the top plate and everything like that. So we got to remember 17.8. A wonderful little number. Yeah, it's to give it a rigid structure. It's to support the holes and reduce the amount of material. So 17.8. Hey, Wexo, how's it going? Close. All right, so let's redo some of that stuff until we get back to our shelled structure. The one that I'm happy with. Okay, there we go. So I'm going to get rid of this. Actually, we'll keep the sketch around. 17.8 from these. So extrude this, and this. We'll go up. Oh, wait, I also need... Oh, those don't have that. Okay. So those go up 17.8. Distance 17.8. Not join. There you go. We'll clean those up in a minute. We'll clean those up in a minute. So yeah, those are the posts that go back and they meet the rest of the whatever it is. They meet up with the thingy-majig, the maker beam, to support the rest of this. Man, that's gonna add so much print time if I end up just doing like a solid piece down the line here. Well, I guess I could just do it. I could just do it outside of this thing. If I do this from this one over, some of them are covered, some of them aren't, but I can have that one stick out significantly more. Or I could support it just along these. Maybe that's what I need to do. It seems just like too much material, though. It does kind of seem like too much material. Because I could end up bridging these over to here. Is this 1 or 2 millimeter? I forget. Oh yeah, these are 2 millimeter, but that should be 2 millimeter as well. Yeah, I guess it is. Okay, think. I have a feeling it's not going to end up saving me time, right? I have a feeling it's not going to end up saving me all that much time. Because the 3D printer still has to navigate to all this stuff. Oh, and before I forget, I probably need to do the magnets on the edges, too. I mean, it'll save me a little material and it'll look different, which is always interesting. But if I have 2 big ribs up the side of the thing, I think that'll have a better look to it. If I thicken it up, I could get it to meet up. And then all of these holes... hold on, let me try thickening it. Give it a little thickness for the thickness. See, that one starts to meet up. And then I can kind of like bridge the excess. And I can extrude that downwards until it's 1 millimeter thick. And then I can bridge all of these into each other. Some meat on them bones. That is right. Yeah, okay, I can do this. Okay, I'm a little happier with that. So 4 millimeters like that, but then if I take the extrusion from, which one went down into the thing like this? Yeah, that one still took it down to 1 millimeter, right? No, that took it down 1 millimeter. That needs to go down, what is it? It's now 4 millimeters. So what does it need to go, like 3? And then that leaves us with 1 millimeter left on the actual plate itself. We got much more surrounding material around these things. And so from here, I guess what I can do is make some extrusions that will sort of staple all this stuff together. And really what I can do is I can just expand. What if I expand not expand. Let's push-pull. It doesn't let me select the specific surface. Okay. Let me see here. So I can make a geometry here. Oh, that's a little awkward. That's a little awkward. Maybe we should do 3 on these, and then I'll support them. Just trying to make this less of an intense print. So yeah, let's take that down to 3. Not this one. Well, this one would go down to 2. And then this goes to 3. Oh, wait. No. No, yeah, I got that right. Did I? Did I get that right? Which one was that? Nope, I got that wrong. No, I think I got it right. Sorry, I didn't know which one I clicked, but I ruined my design. All right. So now that's 3 millimeters, so they don't poke out of those things. Those are like ridiculously close. We could just do like a little jaunty little jump right there. And then I don't know, I could do like 1 millimeter ribs, I could do like 2 millimeter ribs. I could end up like ribbing all of these together. Or I mean, what it might equate to is just some big cutouts. Oh, luckily this is just one big structure. That's nice. So I could just support that with a couple geometries. I have one coming out there. Maybe like there. See, if I get them like kind of close, it's gonna end up bridging everything together. And then I'm gonna have holes in the corners too. So I need to actually make the holes in the corners right now, because I can't forget about that. I gotta be detail oriented, right? So holes in the corners. Why are we doing that? On the top of this thing, we're gonna need a hole that all of the wires are gonna go through, and then we're also gonna need a support for magnets. I'm gonna have this thing magnet in place. I'll have 2 rare earth magnets at the top of this thing in the corners. What I can do is one of 2 things. I can either just glue a rare earth magnet in the corner, and that'll be that. It won't be very strong. Or I can take an end mill and I can make a little cutout for that and glue it down in there. I haven't really decided which one I want to do. I guess for now, let's just do the magnet glued into the corner. I've got circular magnets. I don't really want to do that much woodworking with this thing because I really don't trust myself to do this stuff on my own. I am that inept. What are the dimensions of the magnets that I want to use? Well, I don't need the super powerful ones, do I? I just need, like, magnets, just in general, just anything. I can just use whatever I want. These little guys. You can't see that. That is, wow, that is, okay, I was like, that is out of focus. Oh, yeah, look at that. That's definitely a beard hair, by the way. That's a beard hair. That is a beard hair. That's not what you think it is. I got these guys. Keep in mind, each of these squares is 1 inch. These are 1 inch squares. So this is the size of that magnet. It's a little big. It's a little thick for what it is. I think I have some less super powerful ones. Let's see if I can find them in this bin full of magnets that I got sitting here. Oh my God, it's all sticking to it. Oh, it's a disaster. It's a magnet disaster. I can't. Okay, we're gonna use this size. I determined this would be the perfect magnet to use since I have this. Let's get some dimensions on this thing, because if we do a 1-for-1 on the dimensions for these, they will press into place and I'll never get them back, which I guess is okay. And there's enough meat on these that I can just glue them right up against the corner here with maybe cyanoacrylate and just get that right up in that corner like that. It's kind of actually hard to hold in that position, but I'll have the PETG in between them, and these are pretty strong, so the panel will be held on there really nicely, and then this weirdo box that my brother bought or made won't get destroyed. Calipers, those are here. See if my battery still works on these things. I gotta get a new set of Toyos. All right, so these are okay. All right, everyone's a joker. You little bastard. All right, so this is 6 by... You little... Okay, it just magneted it together. I guess I can't measure it any other way. It's 6 by 2.5. It's 6 by 3. All right, so as long as we have a 6mm OD hole, we should be pretty good. So that means 3 by 3 away from the corner. Now, if I lock it down to here and I decide to embed them further by actually using an end mill to cut something out, I'll have a little bit of trouble, or sorry, over here. If I go 3 by 3 here and do a 6mm OD for this corner, wait, that's not it. I need to go from here. And that's the bottom of it. So we got to go, this is the area where we'll do it. I'm only going to do 2 because I don't really think we need to hold the bottom of this thing down. And if we've got 2 of these magnets, that's going to snap in pretty hard. So, but in the future, if I feel like offsetting it differently, I guess I'll just have to deal with the reality of either remaking it or using like the break operation. So, all right, let's make a construction square. Oh wait, no, let's project. No, wait, we're on the original drawing. Yeah, so this is here. This is definitely here, and we can use this. So X construction line from. All right, you know, all right. Wait a minute, no, that corner fits on that inside edge. Oh yeah, but we need this inside edge. Yeah, we need to project this over. Sorry. All right, project. Nope, we need to view the box. Need to see the wood frame. There it is. So I'm gonna project this thing. And this thing over here onto our sketch. So now those 2 points are functional. And we can make construction lines that are 3 by 3 some construction squares that are 3 by 3 in the corners. I'm tempted if I want to make them like 6.1 radius. Now maybe we should just keep them 3 by 3. The 3D printer needs to be able to surround them with material, and I guess this is going to be enough. Yeah, that's going to be enough to surround it with material. I just need to make sure that that 6mm magnet mounted right here is going to come in contact with the other 6mm magnet. It doesn't really need to be held into place super duper duper strongly because it's going to be pulled through the material. So I don't really need a super press fit on this. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to give these a little bit of space. So this is going to be a 6.2mm hole. And that'll give it just a little bit of wiggle room so that I'm not going to end up having to press it into place. I can put it down there and use a little UV glue to keep it there. I'm going to sneeze. I'm going to sneeze. There's a sneeze brewing. I'm brewing a sneeze. And just like that, it's gone. In about 5 minutes, I'm going to end up, my head's just going to explode. It'll turn into a red mist. And then my body's going to slump over onto the floor. Okay. All right. No sneeze. No sneeze. The tomato sneeze emote. All right. 6.2 is what we're making these. So I don't have to struggle. All right. So finish this sketch. Now, once I finish the sketch, it's going to take it through all those other steps. And so there's nothing there. Look into the light. Yeah. There's nothing there. So how do we make a hole out of this that isn't exactly a hole and goes through everything else? Well, I think what I can do is I can go back to the original extrude step. If I cut these out, and then we'll add back in a little piece at the bottom of it. So that added my 6mm holes for magnets. It should probably be 6.4. Let's be honest. My printer sucks so hard that it probably needs 6.4 in order to create an area that the magnet's going to be able to go into and not get completely permanently stuck in. Because I want to leave it a little bit open. Yeah, look into a light. Listen, I'm surrounded by lights right now. In order to give you guys the good visuals out of a Logitech webcam, because webcams are just as rare as anything else that's made out of electronics these days. In order to give you guys a good view of everything that's going on, I have nothing but lights. Like, I am super illuminated. So, save for the sun, nothing can really provide me with a light contrast in order to trigger a sneezing response. Unless I stare directly into the sun, which actually, way back in the day, a Pennsylvania politician who was blind attended a lecture and said apparently that like kids are going blind using LSD because they're staring into the sun, and he got into a shit ton of trouble because he just made that up. She just made shit up, and they were like, "You can't do that," and so they got their ass canned. I wonder if I need to make like a little. If I make just like a little extension on this, I can't like seem to access this face. If I go through it, no, I can't like click on that inner face. That's really weird. See, I want to extend that inner face just a little bit until it barely touches these guys, and then we can make a couple ribs in the center and be done with it. Maybe it's because Sketch 3 is getting in the way. It is. It's because Sketch 3 is getting in the way. We'll take a look at that in a second. Why do we have errors here? Oh, no, it's just highlighting it because I clicked it. That's what it was. All right, so we need a slightly larger magnet hole. That's what they all want. They all want a larger magnet hole. 6.4. And we didn't use any equals operations. We need to go over to the other one and edit it. So 6.4 on both of these. Cosmo Quest is rating with a party of 20. Look at all the summer car that we're not playing right now. We're actually doing work. How's it going, everybody? Yeah, 20 people from Cosmo Quest. I saw that James Webb was what were they doing? I guess they're just traveling out to their end destination. But I also saw a thing where, wait, what happened here? That shouldn't have happened. That and that looks like it got drafted out from this thing. I may have to re-extrude those holes. Yeah, CosmoQuest X. Yeah, I saw a thing that showed the different optics of the James Webb Space Telescope, which we thought was pretty cool. And we actually had, why aren't we playing My Summer Car? Don't do that to me. I will. I'll do it. I'll become a permanent My Summer Car. I'm not going to do that. No, what was the other cool thing? We had a cool discussion about the static electricity forces that end up being generated by rocket plumes and the various stresses and strains that the electronics... It's checking out its parking space. Yeah. It's like, hey, look for a spot. We got to taxi around a little bit. I think we got to go 2 blocks over. It's a weird neighborhood, but there's a lot of available spaces. And if you see a lawn chair at the Larange point, if there is a chair or a cone or somebody's garbage can in L2, we cannot park in L2. Or somebody's going to key your rocket ship. It's going to fucking suck. Look, those are Philly rules. If there's a cone or, you know, a chair, like a children's like desk or like a lawn chair, don't park there. Somebody else shoveled out that Larange point, and we just can't use that. We got to find another space. We might have to pay for a lot. Anyway, so we were talking about the electric stresses that go through a rocket, because there was a GIF on Reddit of a Soyuz that was launching that got struck by lightning, and it was metal as all hell, and everybody was like at least I was shocked that the thing didn't frickin' explode. And then everybody in my Discord adjusted their monocle, cracked their knuckles with their fingerless gloves on, and they said, actually, rockets are designed for this sort of thing, and you shouldn't be shocked about anything. Nothing is new, everything is boring, and I'm smarter than you. And it's like, okay, but the actuality of it is that lightning strikes on an airplane, even though airplanes are certified for lightning strikes, generally airplanes avoid storms as much as they can as possible, because even under the stresses of a normal lightning strike, because keep in mind, we can make a lot of electricity, we can't replicate the amount of electricity in a lightning strike. We can get close, but it's still orders of magnitude less. So when you hit systems with that amount of electricity, while you can mitigate it away from all of your sensitive electronics, it's still making a lot of electromagnetic interference, and it's inducing that throughout fucking everything. And it messes up instruments. And so if you apply that in an airplane, because airplanes, small craft, get struck by lightning all the time, like daily, and it messes with the instruments for a little bit. But when you're talking about all of the high-speed instrumentation that needs to keep a rocket standing upright, because it's like balancing a broom on your hand, that's literally the control system. When you're balancing a broom on your hand, all those little corrections that you have to make, all of that applied to a rocket that is, a metric butt ton of force coming out of the back end of it, much like myself, something taconite. Anyway, as that thing is launching, there are all kinds of calculations being made at breakneck speeds in order to keep it going up. Now, generally, it's not all that difficult, and these systems are hardened for space radiation and shit like that, so it's probably okay. But I still think it's kind of crazy that a Soyuz can get fucking hit by lightning and still complete its trajectory without going completely awry and exploding. I mean, you've got like exploding bolts in these things, right? Exploding bolts are like a detonator inside of a bolt. And a detonator, like detonators, from my experience, you got to keep them very carefully, because you can set them off with a static charge. You can be a little bit static charged that day, setting up your detonator, and keep in mind, a detonator, if you put it in like a 50 caliber ammo can, it'll send the ammo can like 6 to 12 feet in the air. It'll just pop, and the ammo can flies straight up for like a significant amount of distance. It's crazy. So like an exploding bolt is basically probably a little bit more complicated, but it's basically a detonator. it's probably pretty sensitive because you need an electronic trigger mechanism that's going to eventually detonate explosives. Those tend to be on the sensitive side, at least for the beginnings of those things. So like a lightning bolt hitting a rocket is insane. And the fact that it can just happen to Soyuz is pretty crazy. But apparently there's nothing new under the sun, and everybody in my Discord is blessed with such incredible intelligence as to not go, wow, that's neat. Nobody does that anymore. Has anyone tried to explain to you about explosives like they did with lightning? No, not yet. No, because I don't talk about that stuff. I basically avoid stuff that might get me arrested. I don't want to listen. I know the right kind of people can get in all kinds of different trouble for leaking all kinds of different stuff, and they'll get like a slap on the wrist. But people like me, no. No thanks. There'd be no potential difference of the lightning strike on a rocket, though. But there's still all kinds of like, and that's what led into the static electricity thing. Apparently, there's like ice rubbing up against the outside of the rocket. The actual the rocket wash and the carbon and stuff, not carbon, all the stuff that follows the rocket. All of that stuff generates an electric potential difference from the rocket to the surrounding area. And there's all kinds of things that they have to do in order to mitigate it. It's pretty fucking crazy. Post the link in the chat. Oh, can you? Yeah. The research paper that I found. Yeah. Post that. I don't have. Sorry, the Discord on this machine isn't up. So Uncle Phil's had to be my. He had to be my intermediary. Yeah, kind of like volcanic ash with a volcano. Although I think the volcanic ash, doesn't that contain a lot of carbon or something? Isn't that? I don't know. I'm just assuming that. That's conjecture on my part. The tall towers you see around most launch pads are big lightning rods. Interesting. Planes get struck and survive. Yeah, no, they get struck and almost nothing happens to them. It's just that sometimes they get struck and their instrumentation goes funky for like a couple seconds and then they're back. Airplanes can coast. Rockets, maybe not. Oh, we got Nightbat back. Hey. Yeah, if you guys want to check out the paper, I mean, you can post it if you want, Uncle Phil, but if you want to check out that discussion, you can check it out in the Discord. It's in our Space Stuff channel. Anyway, Cosmo Raid made me think about that. We're doing Fusion 360 right now because we are building a control panel. Luckily, this one will not be struck by lightning, so I don't have to make sure that it has a conductive skin on it. We are using composite materials like a lot of different air and space vehicles do nowadays, but we don't have to impregnate it with a layer of conductive material in order to shuffle static electricity or lightning from one end to the other. Now, it would behoove us probably to do some mitigation for static electricity. In electronics, you will find a lot of ground planes, and the purpose of a ground plane, generally, aside from just providing everything with a place to dump all of its electricity to get a good potential going between positive power and negative power, the other thing that the ground plane does is dissipate heat. No, the other thing that the ground, well, it does that. The other thing that the ground plane can help with is taking your case screws and coupling them with the ground plane of the electronics that then couples it to like a cable that comes out that has a ground wire on it that maybe has something like, I don't know, like a computer mouse that maybe has a ground wire on it. Actually, computer mice are mostly plastic, but if they weren't, then you would hit that computer mouse by accident with static electricity, pop, what the and then all of that static electricity would rush to ground potential, and it would get it by going all the way down the cable into your electronics, through the ground plane, spreading out throughout a bunch of different electronic pieces and stuff in there, and then finding its way to the case where it would then find its way to earth ground, all the way basically to the pipes of your house and to the ground, or all the way back to the electric fuse panel where it would, yeah, anyway. Point is, those ground planes are there in order to give that sudden static potential a path. Otherwise, you can run into a lot of different problems with your electronics. Like, for instance, when I get out of my desk chair and I accidentally snap static electricity against my computer case frame, it restarts the computer. It's really bad. I've tried to couple the desk to ground and it didn't really do anything. It's pretty crazy. Anywho, what we're doing right now is we're in Fusion 360 and we're trying to design the control panel for Burn the Subs. That's what this thing is right here. So I've got this platen here that holds a fan, a vent. It's going to have some holes for the water cooling tubes. And then it's also going to have some ribs to give it structure. And I'm going to reduce the amount of material that's being used here. I actually did just buy a humidifier. I'm going to put it under my desk for days when I have that window open and it's super dry out. Right now, it's cold and moist around here. My car ended up getting parked with the window open. Probably my fault. And so I have moisture in my car at the moment. Yeah, but I don't have a dehumidifier in here. I'm an aquatic creature. What is this sketch? Oh, that's our rib sketch. What was this extrusion? Those are the legs. If I take the legs back to here, they're still working with everything. Okay, good. So this is our ribs. This would be, oh wait, no, which one was this? What the hell? Oh no, that one is the, okay, that one is the depth thing. This one is the ribs. Move that one. It's not letting us move it. All right, whatever. It's got to stay there. This is going to get a little confusing. We have a sketch here that we're using to create a rib structure in this, which we learned AutoCAD can allow us to do. Sorry, a little heartburn. AutoCAD will allow us to create a rib structure. We've got to support all these screw holes on our 1 millimeter thick platen. I think the best way to do it is probably going to just be to build up a large solid piece right here. Just right across here, we could just build up a solid piece. That'll get it done in one operation. It won't be as cool and complicated as putting ribs all over everything. I don't know if AutoCAD can auto-generate a structure like that. It would be kind of cool if it could. I would actually like to see that, to be honest. We'll play with that in a minute. First, let me make the holes for the magnets that hold this thing up. Let me make them into actual holes, because when we did the whatever it is, the core operation, you know what? I think it was when I did the extrusion that didn't come through. Let's check. Let's roll the timeline back. And let's see what I selected. Yeah, I didn't select the right stuff. So I just need to boop and boop. I'll get that from the other side. One here, one here. So what that's going to do is that's going to allow me to take one of these little rare earth magnets and actually sink it into the platen and then maybe put a little ultraviolet glue behind it just so that it stays in place. And then on the frame, the wooden frame itself that's going to cover over our electronics, I'll just take a little bit of cyanoacrylate and I'll just glue one of these up in a corner, just like that. I'll have to like put tape around it or something to support it. It's not going to get a ton of support, but all that's going to do is just hold this thing, just hold this thing up. And so when I put the electronics thing on top of it, they'll all snap together, and yeah, that'll be good. All prisoners grounded the large bell. Oh, come on, man. You guys are weird. All right. You guys are all trying to be the comedic leader of this. All right. So, hey, Metric Fox, how you doing? Okay, so yeah, that's all done. So now we need to just figure out a way to create and or just draw the ribs on this thing. I would love for there to be like some kind of structure to structure kind of thing going on here, but I don't think that's really going to work. And I don't want to interfere with our grating, our vent. And then we're going to need a hole for the tubes to come in. Where's that? That's on the right side. That's here, right here. We're going to need somewhere for the tubes to come in. But it doesn't need to have that wall structure. So we'll extrude that along with this. Same with the exit for the wires, which I'll make like a square cutout right. Where's Burn the Subs? It's going to be on the same side. So it'll be here, tubes, and maybe wires over here. And then the wires can take a flatter path and go directly to that DB connector. That's going to go out the left side of everything. Okay, so far so good. So is there a way to auto-generate webs? I mean, there's what's that generative design? Veet Nukem, thank you for subbing for 7 months. I appreciate that. 7 months? Hey, that's really kind of you. Now, here's the deal. Burn the subs. We're working on it right now, right? Burn the subs is this giant board that I keep on my wall. It's kind of like a cornerstone of this stream. It's like why you guys are here. You guys don't care about like me. You just care about burn the subs. And I know this. I don't have an active board right now. So what's going to happen is Veet Nukem's name is going to end up on a list. Not one of those lists. It's going to be my own list. It's going to be my own list, and I'll sell it to advertisers. No, I'll have my own list of people who've subbed between boards. Now, I haven't even begun to compile that list. I've got all these tools via Twitch to probably put them together. Or I'll just go through and do it, name by name with a spreadsheet and Google spreadsheets. But what I'll do is I'll put you guys all in a list, and there'll be 2 of these lists. One of the lists is going to be for people who just straight up sub. The other one's going to be for gift subs. And so what we're going to do is we're going to put those names in random order, and we're going to fill the board with those first. Now, the previous edition of Burn the Subs had more surface area, but it also lasted, it also lasted for 2.5 years. So the initial burn phase of Burn the Subs is going to be kind of interesting. Depending on the font sizes that we choose, I don't know what kind of longevity we're going to actually be able to see out of this board. It might fill up fairly quickly. And I'll warn you guys, if it does, if it fills up with just the names that were here in the interim, we'll burn them, and then I'll sand them off. I'll do it. I'll sand them off. But it should be pretty cool. What's going to basically happen is original subs to the channel are going to be in a bubble font, and then gifted subs will do in a Hershey single line font. So it could be chaos. We'll see. I hope the new board scheme and the new font scheme, because we're not going to change size based on how many names are already on the board. We did that before. It looked pretty good, and it stored a lot of names, but I want to keep a bubble font this time. So we'll see what that looks like and how that fills up. Right now, we're making sure that the hardware is the best that I can possibly offer to this thing, given the technology that we want to put into it. So that's where we are with it. Okay, is there a way to auto web? So Fusion 360 auto web. I don't know if that's really working out. Automatic web creator. Everything web is just taken over by... Why did they call that web? Why couldn't you have called it rib? You have to call this web. So I don't really know if I've got anything that automatically creates... Why is this under plastic? That's interesting. Draft, replace face, split face. That's all those basic tools. And I know there are more advanced tools if I knew where they were. Those are all movement and stuff. We're basically just trying to create a pattern of ribs on this thing that will... I mean, I could just draw lines. Well, you got to learn how to use the search tools more extensively, right? So all we need to do is we need to just draw... Hey, come here. We just need to draw lines from point to point, and then we can turn those into ribs. So, I mean, we've got 4 cardinal posts here that we want to basically support. From there, I guess I could go and try to, like, draw some structures around these in order to support them. Hey, thank you for the follow. Vezek 72. Why did they work 5 years ago and now it's all trash? Because of money. Yeah, 5 years ago I was extremely good at searching stuff on Google. I'm still okay at it, but there's just a lot of garbage in all the searches nowadays. That's just the way she goes. You know, everybody wants to make money. All right, how am I going to support this thing? Well, I mean, I could just start drawing ribs from place to place. I got like grit under the mouse. Yeah, all right. So let's just like let's just take it in from the corner to there, back over to here. We're done with that line. Take some other lines. Maybe we do one of these. Probably doesn't need to be supported in 2 places as long as it's just got something. And then we can do from here to here. That's not really projected in. It's kind of offset, isn't it? I probably need to project in a lot of these holes, don't I? So let's go to P and project, and then I can select all the little center dots along the way. That one's already in. Get this one. Get this one. This is by the way, this is one of the edge surfaces of the hollowed out material. So click OK. Let's see. I want to avoid the vent. I want to give that its own little area. I could give it like its own surrounding, but I don't think that'll really work. Take the corner. What if I go like all the way over to there? I don't think that's a good idea. Although it does kind of get me the... Well, we'll take it out from another structure, I guess. Because if I go straight across like that, I can probably go... I don't know, just like a random direction. We'll see how this works. I mean, I just want to see what it looks like. Nah, maybe not that. I mean, like that. Because these will extend beyond where I've drawn them. Like that. Let's see. Give that one like a... I don't want to just do crisscrosses though, you know? Yeah, generative design, I don't know if that's going to make what I want it to. And I think I need to like utilize my my academic copy in order to do that. I don't really want to necessarily use the academic credentials. I'll just make a hex in the middle. Why not? I don't know. It just gives me something to attach points to. This is silly what I'm doing right now. I'm just playing with the feature. Oh, no, don't want that. Probably don't even want this. Seems kind of boring, right? That's gonna look stupid. Ah, we'll just try it. We'll just try it. I just want to see what this looks like. Nope. Wait, why did that? Oh God. The line tool seems to think that you want to hold it down sometimes. And so it'll make these tiny line segments that you need to like find later. This is gonna look dumb. Ah, let's just try it out. So now that we've got all these sketch elements here in our hidden sketch, oh, that's gonna look terrible. We can actually make lines out of them. Yeah, I kind of want to try generative design on it. Are we really at that point where I'm gonna end up doing that? I probably could select these from the side or something, but let's just see what we create. Oh my God, I gotta click all these individually. Where are the other ones? There's one there. There's one there. I think there's one like over. Where's that other one? There's one like in the middle of stuff. Maybe not. There's like an extra hole somewhere. I think I got it. Did I get it? Yes, I got it. All right. Let's make them like 2 millimeter thick. Son of a bitch. Couldn't create a valid body. Why not? It's not like things intersecting. 1 millimeter. Nah, it didn't. For some reason, it's not working this way. Yeah, it just doesn't. It doesn't want me to do it. All right. Well, too many lines. I guess we broke it. Yeah, the generative design is. I don't think that's quite what we want here. I just want it to have like kind of a pattern. All right, let's finish. All right. Like here. This is what generative design is. It'll make bodies and structures that are very bone-like in their structure because it's basically I don't want to say AI, but they're boiling it down to like where the forces need to be, so you can make a lot of light stuff. Everything we make here is fungible. That's what open hardware is all about. I'm not unfunging anything. I'm gonna unfunge your tokens. Yeah, generative design might not quite be what we want. I want like a pattern design. Defunge. Quit having funge. I don't know how to make like a pattern. Like I don't know, what would you call those? Like a like support ribs. Why would you print a wheel like this? Yeah, like these things. How do you make those? Ribs and gussets. Ribs are what I want. How do you make ribs? Can you auto create? Ribs Fusion 360. Rib feature. Make a rib easily. Fusion 360. Rib pattern. Yeah, because I tried auto web and I tried auto rib. Antifa. I'll token your funge. The generative designs are really cool. You have to pay for that feature and it's fucking expensive. It's really expensive. I mean, I happen to, for better or for worse, I happen to have an educational copy, and it's not really connected to Twitch, even though that's where I'm educating. I am very technically educating you guys on how to use these tools by also stumbling through this with you. That's sort of what I got away with, and nobody's come after me about my copy yet. I will drop down into a hobby copy if that's really what I need. But with my educational copy, I can access stuff like generative design. I don't do that because I keep it closer to what the free program can handle, right? In SLA printing, it's common practice to print something like an angle to prevent suction. Oh, okay, so you don't want it to like, yeah, you don't want that surface to look, your pattern across the wheels would be like a cross hatch, and I think that might add side forces, depending on how accurate your printer is, I guess. You know, maybe they're printing it on a very nice material. So yeah, rib structure. How are we gonna do that? And not even ribs. I don't even think ribs is the right tool. I think it's the web tool that we really need. Yeah, because these are make rib easily. This is the one we just watched. What the hell is... How are you getting these? Oh, wow. Wait, they don't even reach the bottom of the thing. So are you building this in a replicator? What the hell? What is this? Oh, God, my glucometer's beeping at me. What do you want? Oh, dear God, my glucose level. Oh, la, 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 la. Give me a lot of insulin. Maybe 40 units of carbs worth? Yeah, that'll do. Okay, what is this? This guy's playing fast and loose with the rules. So he cores it out. He cores it out, and then he goes to... He goes to... Okay. Okay. He's telling us stuff that I'm not listening to. I just want to see what tools he uses. Oh my God, stop it. What is he doing? What are you doing? Stop showing me it. What are you doing? Okay, yeah, he's selecting that face. So he's going to use the web tool. He's going to use the... He's going to use the web... Ah! How far away are we from you actually showing us stuff? We're going back into your sketch? What are we doing? Yeah, we're creating a sketch, right? We're creating a sketch. Okay, all right, okay. And it's on that face. All right. He's just going to draw arbitrary lines across everything, isn't he? There it is. And there it is. Really? All right. Yeah, arbitrary lines around the structure. Oh, okay. He's selecting them individually with the rib tool. Individually selected. All right. All right. So what's that going to look like on our stuff? I mean, like, that's kind of cool. That's not exactly what we're creating. I just want to make the ribs just to, like, I don't know, support some kind of a structure out of this thing. I don't want it to be the flimsy 1mm all the way around. I keeper of maps. I don't know if you've seen a lot of the content that streamers are making nowadays, but they are in lieu of not having any actual content, just watching stuff and reacting to it, and it kind of sucks. It kind of sucks. At least we're learning something here today. Okay, so I've got 4mm distance on all of this stuff. I could draw ribs from thing to thing to thing, or I can extrude out on the edge and try to support all of this stuff. Or I could draw ribs coming out of this stuff like a hex pattern, maybe. You can make a bunch of hexes and just make a pattern of it across the back. Let's see what I can come up with here. So if I create, we go back to the sketch. We go back to the sketch that we made. So here's our rib sketch. And I want to project it. I don't think I projected in these. Nope, the dots are in. Good. So I Control Z all the way back to where we had the dots projected in. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing TikTok. That application is horrible. The amount of permissions that it needs in order to function on your phone is criminal, and it will never get prosecuted, pronunciation. What do I want to do? Don't look at the platen, and then I don't want to look at this thing. I just want to see my solid body. Look at my solid body. We don't need to see the brackets either, even though those aren't anywhere near what we're working on. So what are we doing with this? I could print this like this and it would look just fine. Or I can make ribs that are just like 1 millimeter taller than the backing. And that would be enough backing for this thing that would actually, that would be perfectly functional. Recently it was revealed they were using a modified OBS on their platform without regards to licensing. What? You mean like Streamlabs? That's fucking crazy. Wait, they modified OBS. Oh, everybody's getting away with this. Worse than slobs. Damn. How do they keep getting away with this shit? I could do slots. I don't think slots would be good. I could do hexes and then make a pattern out of them using a rectangular pattern. Let's try that. Let's make a polygon we'll do circumscribed, and I'll make it like, I don't know. I don't think it's really going to hit everything if I make it like that size. Let's make a big pattern of polygons. It's going to completely destroy. Wait, if I do a big pattern of polygons, that's going to completely destroy the application. I've done this before. It hates that. It really does. Man, I was hoping that I could get like a cool pattern out of this. So I guess I've got to come up with a pattern in my head. And I guess I do need to look at this. I need to look at this so I know where my vent is going to be. Although we could always change the vent, or I could just leave the ribs behind the vent. Of course, that would need support material. I could have the ribs go through the vent and just cut it up. That would be a neat thing too. Why am I doing this? Because I want to learn how to do this. That's the main reason. Those aren't projected in. Damn it. This always happens. Why does this keep happening to me? They can't keep getting away with their... Isn't that immoral? Isn't that illegal? Neil Breening. I just beeped. One of these over here. One of these over here. That one and that one. That one's already projected in. Don't need that one. Get this one. I don't really think I need the vents to be projected. All right, so let's just try that. Click OK on those. Wow, 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 wee wah. Why from him? Like, I've got like Neil Breen emotes, not on my channel, but you know. Isn't that immoral, Neil Breen? Isn't that illegal? Oh, you got something printed. Yeah, that'll do it, I guess. You got that photo with them, though. If I, like, just draw arbitrary lines between stuff, is that going to give me, like, a good structure? Just, like, arbitrarily. Just do like, nearest neighbor for stuff. Choose angles that'll look good. Shower curtain. Oh, it's beautiful. That's beautiful. Yeah, I know he's a little litigious when it comes to that kind of stuff. As well, you know, he's got every right, man. It's his image. Found a design guide, but not an article. Yeah, it's all right. We can kind of muddle through. I can just kind of like try to muddle through and just make stuff that'll make ribs that look all right. I hope. I was hoping to follow some kind of a pattern, or, you know, have something that's like sort of similar to one. I'd be sure if anybody put my goober face on a shower curtain. Misfit Kronos, thank you for the follow. That's funny though. Yeah. That's Breen. This is gonna look good though. This is gonna look good. We're gonna try it. I'm just gonna try it just so that you know, we say we gave it a try. Gonna be a lot of arbitrary stuff going into this though. That doesn't look good at all. It looks like shit. What are you even making? It looks terrible. So presumably now what I can do is I can individually click on these. That doesn't look good. Let's not do that. I can individually click on these and make them, oh, that's even worse. I don't know, whatever. Let's just make it cursed. Let's make it cursed, and then I can figure out how to improve it from there. So if I go on to this, and then I use the web tool, which implies that there are multiples. The tool has two crisscrossing things. Anyway, if I choose one of these, and I make it like 2 millimeter, yeah, see, it's gonna make it, but it'll make it like across my open areas. And Bopper, hey, thank you for subbing out of nowhere. I appreciate that. That's awesome. So yeah, okay, so that's just gonna make like solids, and then I could probably like cut them out by extruding them again if I really wanted to. I just don't know what kind of like a pattern I would like to have in this thing. So we're gonna Control Z all this stuff. Yeah, I know. You paid for ramen noodles, thank you. How do I do this? I mean, I can just like look at other rib patterns. Dear God, what are they doing to that poor thing? Like, look at this. Somebody's making like really nice like web pattern. Look at that. That looks great. And he just made like a grid. And they seem to have done it with like this. What the hell? How do they keep getting away with this? Isn't that illegal? So I could probably use hexagons to do this. Hexagons. All right, let's see. So if I do a pattern of like big hexagons and then do like plus signs out of these, that's a little much. That's a little much. Now there's two of them. But if I do that, then it's going to interfere with this. Well, I can cut this out either. I don't want that to have like a border around it. I guess it'll have to. Like if I make a big border around that whole thing and then make it thick. I don't want it to be thick though. That's what the other fan has. I wanted that to just be like a cutout into the surface. So maybe the best thing for us to do is not do a ton of ribs on this thing. And like FK Productions said, make a flat like a big structure out of the sides that's going to hit all those holes, and then I can make like a couple support things on the inside here, because I still need to let's put the hole for the tubes and let's do the hole for the wires first, so we know what's going to be in this platen, and then we'll move the edges in. I'll just make some solid structures that I can extrude up into those, maybe even before the drafting operation, and then that'll create a structure that's going to support all of the holes. It's a little bit much, but I think it'll be okay. I don't know how much time that's going to save us at that point. I guess it's okay. I mean, the alternative is that I could take all of these holes and I could make troughs that or slots that go out to the edges and then extrude up the difference. So I could make probably like 8 millimeter. No, it'd be whole width +2 +2, and then take those out to the edge, and then all of these have a little bit more than just 1 millimeter of structure on them. Maybe that's the way to do it. No, because that's too broken up. I'll just do one big line across the whole thing, and that supports everyone in one fell swoop. One foul swoop. Okay, so that means that I need to ... We need to go back, and I need to make the holes for the stuff that's going to go into this. So we'll go back to... All right. We'll go back to there. There it goes with all those operations. And then to the... Let's flip this over. To the right of this fan, we need a hole for all of these tubes. And it needs to be large enough to fit all of them. And that's going to be 6 of these little tubes, too. What size is that going to be? Hold on. Okay. So it's basically going to be right next to the standoff. And that is... Just get a quick measurement of all these tubes in the most haphazard sort of way. I'm going to twist it around. So 14 millimeter diameter, or I could spread them out and have them come in flat. I think it's better that they're clustered. So 14 millimeter hole. And it's kind of arbitrary. It could be anywhere in this area right here, which I think maybe a square. So 14 by 14 square. Let's try that. Center rectangle, and we'll make that 14 by 14. Really? That's all it needs to get the tubes in? And I'll soften it up with some chamfers. Design question. I'm not a great designer. What are your screw holes constrained to make them black instead of blue around your 13.8 millimeter hole? Oh, I projected this from the Noctua fan 3D model. Wonderful thing about GrabCAD and the internet and stuff like that. As long as you're not profiting off of your design, you can pull elements from literally everywhere. And if you're good at keeping secrets, you can do that too. But what I did is I just pulled in a Noctua NFA4, and I chose that radius and projected it on to this, and then that's what constrains it. So the reason that I did that, and I didn't constrain it to measurements, is because, I mean, the Noctua itself is actually positioned in the three-dimensional design and not in the sketch design. So what I can do is I can go back to this step right here where I've locked in the position of all the stuff, and I can move this fan, and all of those support holes will move with it. So if you think about stuff like that in Fusion 360, that is a super powerful part of it. Yeah, so the whole thing, Smith Clay, about Fusion 360, what I try to stress to people is that I need to get a haircut. No, I'm like holding my hair up to try to like not make it look stupid. Yeah, that's pretty good. So anyway, the thing about Fusion 360 that I try to stress to people, and the thing that's kind of interesting to learn about it, is it works a lot like all the older versions, like the old versions of CAD where you're entering command lines in order to do individual operations, except they took the history and they expanded on that, and they made this bar at the bottom of your design. That is your history. This is the sacred timeline, basically. It's the fucking Loki show, right? That is so sacred to your design, because what happens when you load up a design in Fusion 360 is it draws you through that history in order to place all the stuff and design around it. And so the process that I've come up with, and maybe it's not so unique to me. I really hope not, because this is the logical way that I've kind of put together how to do this. Yeah, it's been around for a long time. There's a big gap in my CAD knowledge, because like I like 3 years ago, three or so years ago, I worked on Inventor a little bit, and then I left it for a long time. Then I got a 3D printer, and I found Fusion 360, and now I'm like Mr. Fusion 360 here. So the thing that I've come up with, the logic and the sort of the TTTP, the tactic, techniques, and PP, I don't know what the P is. Anyway, is to have this block at the beginning that you can turn into a group in order to keep your timeline from getting sort of disgusting. So if you're doing 3D printing in the way that I do, where I have stuff and I need to build brackets for the stuff, right? That's how you create things. What I do is I import all of my stuff in one big block. And when I'm done initially importing everything, I then do the position command. And what happens now is if I feel like adding something to my drawing, I'm not going to do it right now because I don't want to get out of the sketch. I'm still kind of sketching in here. But what I can do is I can double click on this step and I can move my stuff around. And then all of these steps of sketching and extruding will then be based on the new position of everything. If I double click on the sketch, time goes back to when I first created that sketch. You gotta keep that in mind. So what I'll do is I'll start designing stuff with other people's parts, drag them into the drawing, lock them down, and go, oh, I need one of these, I need one of these. I can't find those? Start a new drawing. So start a new drawing and do something like create a size guide for the reservoir and make that look nice and everything like that. When I'm done with that, I then go back into this and I I go back into this and then I rewind the timeline. I'm not going to do that here. I rewind the timeline until I'm in this step where everything's getting inserted. Insert the reservoir. Put the timeline back behind this step. Double click on that step. Position the reservoir. And then put the timeline all the way back to wherever I am until I'm done importing stuff. And once I've done that, I can take all the dimensions and the sketches for the solids that I want to create, and I can take the dimensions and the projection points of where the holes are and stuff like that, pull them into my sketch, design around them. And so that becomes a group that follows the sketch. So in this sketch here, I'm creating the reservoir brackets. And so what I did is I created a sketch of the outside. I did some different extrusion operations. I did some chamfers, more extrusions, and more chamfers, and a mirror operation to create two bodies that'll surround the reservoir. And then I grouped them all up. I highlighted them all, and I made them into a group. So once I'm done with that, I will group it up as something following a sketch. So here's the sketch. There's a group for that sketch. Any sketches on the bodies are in there. That's that design. It's part of my whole design. And then I can go back in and I can reference stuff. So if I go back to that sketch, none of the extrusions have been done before. I move a hole, and then sometimes you need to go through step by step and correct each individual step in that process of creating a body. It's a lot more organized than I kind of work usually. It's a lot more organized than I am. Sometimes a drawing will get complicated enough. Once I know what I'm building, I might start over and create a whole new one. But once you realize that design process of the timeline, insert the parts, get all the parts in position, make a sketch, extrude the sketch to create the body that you want to like 3D print, for instance. Make that into a group. Move on to the next body, to the next body, to the next body. If you need more parts, go all the way back to the beginning of time, put the part into your drawing so that it's in the right spot, and then position it for the original stuff. Because if you start screwing with that, things get weird. The timeline gets weird. If you go back to edit a sketch because you want to have a hole in a particular position, and your object that has that hole was placed later in the timeline or moved later in the timeline, things get crazy, and you'll end up like with stuff that doesn't fit, and you're like, why didn't that hole come through properly? Well, it's because you locked its position in after you created that hole. So if you have everything in exactly where it needs to be in the beginning of the timeline, you go back to that step, move it, all the other stuff moves with it. It took me a while to figure that out. It took me a long while to figure that out. But yeah, I mean, you know, you muddle through everything, and then eventually you'll learn how stuff starts going together or not going together. All right. Anyway, so I don't need to see that fan. 14 by 14 millimeter hole. Is that really going to carry all of these tubes, or is that going to be too restrictive? I feel like I need it to be taller. Yeah, we need it to be taller. I'm going to make it like 28. We'll make it a rectangle. 14 by 28, and then all the tubes can kind of find their way in. 14 by 20. I'm kind of just like feeling that one out. I don't have an exact number for that one. How come the outside edge isn't being projected in? Wait, these are gonna cut off, aren't they? No, because I thought I based this whole thing on this piece. Yeah, it's both of these. Okay, well, I don't know. I just don't know why this isn't in the drawing. I guess the points are. Yeah, I hope that helps. And, you know, hey, correct me if I'm wrong on any of this stuff. I would like this, though, to not just be in a random location. So let's just get a construction line out to there, and then I'll put 2 distances on that. Oh, it's not. It's actually a round number. That's nice. That's rare. Okay, 32 by 30 works. It's not exactly centered between these two things, although it doesn't really have to be. But that's going to be a hole through the base plate, and we'll have to have the ribs kind of avoid that when we create them. So there won't be a rib going directly out of this. Maybe I'll do a diagonal for this, and then that'll connect with something somewhere. It'll make a couple boxes that it'll rib to. So that's one of them, and then the other one goes on the same side, but it goes behind this, and it needs to carry an entire DB connector worth of wire, which doesn't have to be a very large hole, but there is a lot of stuff that needs to go through here. So I guess I can either base it on the center line, or I can somehow, I should probably center it on these 2 posts. So we need another construction line. I'm hitting X in order to do that, but I'll make a line. What is this line? That line doesn't have a center. All right, so we'll take that hole to this hole, and then I just need to have a distance off of the center between the 2 holes. And so we'll make that 16. these are arbitrary numbers. I'm just coming up with stuff that's going to kind of help me create the rectangle. And that doesn't need to be construction. There was one drawing for the RC car base plate that I was doing where everything was based on the center. And so everything was crisscross construction lines. It was a total psychotic mess. But I did kind of end up reverse engineering how they put the thing together. But yeah, when I showed that to chat, they were incredulous. Like, what the hell is this thing? Like, what have you done? Now, if that's 16 by 16, that's almost too much space for the wires. I don't know if I should make it like a slot. Let's do a center slot. Create slot. I hate how they call these slots. I don't like saying that much on stream. I'm not necessarily going to get in trouble for it, but it's just like, man. 20 millimeter? Yeah, we'll do 10. The thing about the centerline slot is, in spite of my saying that, yes, I would like this center point to be 10 millimeter, and I'd like it like this, and then I'd like it to be, yeah, probably like 6 millimeter, right? That's pretty good. We'll do that. And then it's like, you haven't defined any of these dimensions. Oh, look, this time it actually worked. All right, good. Never mind. That's kind of big. Let's do like a 9.9999. Who the hell? 8 millimeter. That'll keep it kind of inside of that. And then let's make that maybe 4. That's going to be smaller than I think. That's the problem with this. I want there to be enough room for me to get 25 cables out of here. So maybe we'll be kind to ourselves. We'll keep it at 6. It's kind of, hello? Oh, there we go. It's kind of big. It's kind of big, but I guess chat likes it like that. Oh wait, it's got to get around the maker beam though. Yeah, so maybe we go back to, well, it can go under this. It can go between the maker beam and the back plate. So if I can fit all those wires there, that'll keep them off the wall, because the maker beam is up against the wall. This is off topic. Do you have a preference in terms of PC versus Apple Mac? I prefer PC just because I used all these cursed applications and stuff that I do. I use a lot of cursed applications. You guys to see me doing weird shit with Arduinos, which Macs can do, Linux can do. I don't know, but then I've got like the Simucube software that only exists in Windows, and there's just the occasional application. Fusion has yet to have a Linux version as of yet. It'd be nice if they would do that. I don't really know what the Fusion team is up to. They're doing stuff, but I get a rash of Wozniak and Jobs' face all over my skin if I come into contact with a Mac product. I don't mind Macs. Listen. I've had a professor that almost exclusively uses Macintoshes to do all of his very advanced work. I don't know. I don't feel like arbitrarily drawing lines between softwares here, because then you get people coming in here and lording it over you. It's an affliction. One of the people that Flatulent Gonad follows that I ended up following, because she does a lot of really cool stuff, is Emily Villanesco. And one of her complaints maybe a year ago or two, it was probably like 3 years ago. This fucking COVID timeline is cursed. It's fucked up, man. I think it's still 2020, right? We're like 2020 number 3 at this point. Whatever. But anyway, somewhere along the blur of time, what exists between the beginning of the universe and now, she posted something about being really annoyed at people when she did, it was either a stream or a video where she used she used KiCad, or it was either KiCad or it was FreeCAD, and people came in there complaining about why didn't she use Fusion 360. And I had exactly the same complaint as her, but flipped on its head. Is that MLE Online. I came in and I started doing Fusion, and people come in and go, "Why don't you use FreeCAD?" And then I use Arduino, and they go, "Why don't you use what is it? Something IO? Why don't you use my IDE? Why don't you do this, do that?" And it's like, look, the tools that I choose, I have reasons for that, but most people don't. And it's not really nice to come in and harass people about the tools they use. And this is not related to, this is just random ramblings. It's not due to what anybody said today. But it's like, you get that when you broadcast stuff online. People want you to use their stuff. To be honest, the Arduino IDE sucks. I use it because it's what people use first. And I want to show the capabilities of the platform, and I don't want to complicate it, and I don't want to constantly explain how to spool up your own IDE to the degree that I've got it, you know? So it's just one of those things, you know? I use the programs I use because fuck you. But like Fusion 360, I learned AutoCAD in college. And so that's kind of stuck with me. I had an architectural job where I used AutoCAD. I just know how to use the software. I know the process of sketch, extrude, etc. Plus, they used it for Johnny Mnemonic. They used AutoCAD. If you watch, there's a splash screen that's Internet 2021, and there's like AutoCAD logo in the background and stuff. And the other reason I use Fusion is because it has Eagle in it, and Eagle used to be the darling of the DIY world. You used to be able to spend like a couple of bucks to get a license for Eagle, a version of Eagle. When they came up with a new version, you would upgrade and pay them again. But now they're rolled into Fusion 360. You can get by with the free version, or you could pay them. But if you got to pay them, it's a lot of money. I'm not happy about that. But Fusion is kind of, Fusion Eagle is just what I know. Just what I know. Yeah, people will come in and ask why you're not using Ruby on Rails or Rust or whatever the fuck latest and greatest it is. And it's like, I don't know what to tell people at that point. I don't use it because you want me to. Because you wish it. Is what, what's his name? The Klingon version of Christopher Lloyd would say. Yeah, why am I not using the command line more? Oh, God. What, do a Circuit Python stream where I use Vim? I don't, listen, I'm an engineer. I'm a jack of all trades. I can figure out Rust. I could figure it out. I could figure it out. I just don't want to. I can make this into a giant trough, but I don't think that'll work. I'll just make that into a rounded square hole, and those wires are going to kind of like go in through like that. This one is a little narrow, but I think they'll be able to sort of do a little swoop behind the rails that this thing mounts on. So I think that'll be pretty good. So all right, those are our two holes. That might be a little restrictive though for 25 wires. Although we don't need thick wire on all this stuff. I don't really know what volume 25 wires are going to take up. I think it'll be okay though. Upload the code PY file to Google Docs. What, and then log into Google Docs with the other machine, and then, oh God. All right, finish the sketch. Okay, so now we take up the timeline all the way to present day, and we have most of our solid stuff in there. We can figure out where we want ribs to be once we figure out what we're going to extrude to. So I guess what I'm going to do is try to bridge the holes and the sidewall. The holes in the sidewall. I mean, that could... Nah. All right, what am I going to do here? I don't think I can push-pull on the geometry. I don't know if that'll work. Well, let's try it. Unview the sketch. We'll go before. See, I just don't like where this is. I wish I could move that. Okay, I can move that. I'm gonna have to make a different group out of these things. I'll have to ungroup it and then regroup it. But yeah, okay, so there's that extrusion. So if I go before this sketch, and then I go press pull, and I hit this, and then I hit this, it looks like orthographic. I think it's just messing with me. 5 millimeters. Wait, why is it doing that? That's weird. That's a weird... Why is that triangle there? What? Wait, what is that? Wait a minute, what is that? I don't know what that is. That's weird. Let's go 4. 4 barely contacts some of this stuff, but I think it'll be okay. There's some weird triangles coming in here. Oh yeah, it's not even hitting that, though. That does need to be 5. What the... Oh yeah, that's already supported. I mean, I could always take that one Raspberry Pi mount, and I can just... I'll just make that like a little thing to fit. That, or I can... Yeah, I'm not taking it out 11 millimeters. I'm just taking it out to where it's going to actually contact all of my solids. All of my solids. It's just making these weird lines that I don't know what to do with. All right, let's just try that 4 millimeter go. That works. That makes the edges so thick, though. I don't like that. Well, I'm going to have to live with it. I'm going to have to live with it. Unless I come up with some clever way to like, make a unifying rib across this thing, and then the 3D printer is just going to be like, what are you doing to me? Like, the 3D printer is just going to be like, am I a joke to you? Is that what I am to you? It will not appreciate my beautiful artistry. So, I guess what I can do is press pull that 1, 2. There. Now it slightly contacts that piece and makes this weird cutout that I don't like at all. I think the best way for that one is probably just going to be to draw some solid lines and then extrude around it. Just attach one to the other. I mean, technically that is supported. That it is there. It's just a little sloppy, and I don't like it. But not everything has to be aesthetically pleasing to me. If we undo that and just take a look over here. And the other thing to do is just to draw like a rib pattern with just straight lines going up and down on everything. So I could draw like out from those in order to make a rib pattern and then do a vertical. I don't like that at all. I don't like any of this. I don't like it. I don't gotta like it. It's not even gonna be visible. What am I worried about? Yeah, let's just take this out. Just beep 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 beep. Beep. There. Whatever. Whatever. See if I care. You. We'll do that later. Well, I can make the step now, and then I can roll the timeline back. This is just the make sure that the holes are still holes step. Boop. Well, that's the rib sketch, so I definitely want this to be out here. Okay, so back to the rib sketch. So we need to just attach everything to each other. So I guess I just need to draw like squares and stuff around some of these things and just create like something that's going to hold this piece up. And it can be 1 millimeter thick. Looking pretty slick. Well, yeah, you know, I'm trying. It's tough though. This is tough because like I'm trying to figure this out. I've never done stuff like this before, and I think it'll be a powerful tool to have access to. I saw there was a post about 3D printing some like generative pattern to do this stuff. That would be cool, and but I don't have access. I'm not gonna use my teacher credits to buy generative design stuff because you guys can't do that. So improvised explosive devices. Did you reverse engineer Ben Laden? Yeah, yeah, that's definitely what I did. All right, so I need to just build structures around this stuff. Let's just go for like boxes. We'll just make boxes around everything. We'll just do boxes around everything. These big boring boxes. What kind of boxes do I want to see out of this? Let's see. I want to avoid these. I want to avoid the holes. even though the holes are going to be created after I create the ribs. So I'll do a square around this, and then I can maybe do like some other like little support kind of jim jams. I really wanted to have like a hex pattern. I really wanted to have like a hex pattern around it. What if I do like a big hex? Let's go to this sketch. Look at this sketch right here. Look at this sketch. This is our sketch for all stuff. And what if I create polygon? So make hex pattern. I know, that's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing right now. Create polygon. We want, what do we want? Do we want circumcised? Yeah, we want circumcised polygons. They're not really going to be attached to anything, but if I create them, and I create them like large, like let's do like big, like big, like 20 millimeter. Yeah, 20 millimeter. They'll be thick. We'll give them some thickness on that. Huge hex. Why are hex patterns cursed? And we just create a rectangular pattern. And instead of a distance of extent, we go spacing. And then I'm going to create enough to just go from one side of this thing to the other. So if the quantity is like, we'll just keep it 3 right now. We can suppress it. Why do we need suppressors? Actually, the funny thing is, like, in terms of the law, suppressors are like no bueno. Like, you need to pay tax stamp and get all this approval for it. Because apparently the thought is like you're going to start like doing crimes with suppressors. But like, you just need like a little bit of money to get one and some time. Like, people don't generally use them, but like, it's not that big of a, it's like putting a muffler on a car. Because cars can hit people, they decide that every car should have like a big muffler on it. That's silly. In England, at least, they have them, but I don't know. Anyway, what's the distance on this? This is 20 millimeters, so I think we need 10 as the spacing, right? 10. We need 20. We need way more than 10. It took you 1.5 years to get a tax stamp? Yeah, that's what a lot of my friends are going through, and I'm just like, man, I don't I don't have the money for that. Do they really need it? They need to be like 40? Yeah, they need to be 40 because it's 20 from here to here. So it's actually, that's how measurements work. So we need one more. We need another. And so can I create the next row with this? I don't think I have an offset for it. So what I think I need to do is go 40 through the center of this. Why are so many people getting suppressors? It's a politeness thing. It's actually to prevent hearing damage to yourself. You know, overseas, it's a lot harder to get, you know, a rifle or something, but it's generally accepted that you put something on the front of it in order to keep people from losing their hearing around you. Yeah, and then you can also make a short barrel rifle into a long gun with one. Just wear ear protection, you deviants. You know, it's, I don't know. It's again, it's like a muffler on a car. Think about it that way. All right, so if I go down with another pattern down below this, I can't offset it. I know you guys have to register pointy sticks and stuff. It's much different over there, but still. All right, let's see. The thing is, the other thing is the tax stamp was created so long ago that $200 was a significant amount of money. Nowadays, $200, nothing. It's nothing compared to the cost of some of this other stuff. All right, you go through the center. That's what I want to do, and then I want to go 40 millimeters on a construction line. All right, let me put this one over here. So I go down like that, and I go 40 millimeters. So now I can create another 20 millimeter hex. 20 millimeter! Polygon. Circumvented. 20. I could use the other type and just lock it to there, but I'll just do this. 20 like that. And then we create another pattern with the exact same specs. Create pattern 5 40 Okay. It's starting to look like a thing. So now we create a pattern of these. Grab these. Damn it. I'm going to grab all kinds of geometries that I didn't want. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to make it above. We'll make it above. I've done this before. You can tell because I almost seem like I know what I'm doing. So up like that, we'll lock it into there just by mousing over it. And I'll make it 40, and then I'll accidentally not make it a construction line. So I go back and I click it and I click X in order to create a 40 millimeter construction line. And then I create a polygon, a circumscribed, which I don't know if that's the best way to do this. It's just what we're using. Click X. Oh, upper right to left. Wait, why is that? Oh, that's why that's orange, just because I can move it wherever I want. Yeah, X for construction. Upper right. Son of a bitch. Well, I did get those elements too. I need to eat like salad as lunch. I think I need to move from meat to salad. That was getting like a greasy burger just because I needed to clean out my car. What happened was last night, I backed into my parking space on the driveway, and in order to get the weird angle, my glasses were smudged, my mirror was smudged, my window was smudged. I'm like, I can't see a goddamn thing. So I rolled down my window and I backed into my spot. Well, this morning it was snowing. Yay, snow! Which that's great if you remember to close your window, which is not something that I forget about. But apparently I did last night. So one of the neighbors called, and I went out there in socks and I closed my window because one of my roommates didn't know how to turn on my car, which these push-to-start cars are spoiling people. They're spoiling people. We need automatic shifters back, and we need buttons on our cars, not touch screens. Because, like, they didn't know that you put the key into position 2 and you can roll up the window. They didn't know that. How do you not know that? My car's old. It's not that old. You know? It's age. Oh, God. No, like they didn't know that you could put the key in position 2, and they didn't know how to start my car. Fun tip. If you lock your car and your wheel's in a weird position, it might keep you from turning the key. So you just jiggle the wheel and the key will go to the next position. But both of those conditions were met, which means the roommate had absolutely no idea. Their brain exploded. They came up, they woke me up. I'm glad they did. I was able to close my car. I mean, you know, everybody's heart was in the right place. But yeah, so my whole driver's side is kind of wet. So I went and got lunch before stream, which means I could turn on the heater and the air conditioning and the seat heater and the floor vents and just everything. Just turn everything on. And I put a little desiccant thing in the car. And so I fogged the windows up by the time I got back in. But I took kind of a long trip to go out and back to a fast food place. Fast food is not fast anymore, nor is it cheap, nor is it nearby. But yeah, so I did that in order to clean out my car, in order to make sure that I got all of that moisture up into the car's atmosphere so it could get sucked up by the desiccant. God, and then it's going to freeze tonight, so the side of my car is going to be a popsicle. I think it's relatively dry. I think it'll be okay. Rectangular pattern. We're going to go to the right. We're going to make 5 of these, and they're going to be 40 millimeter apart. 40. There's going to be a lot of little lines that I'm going to have to put in here. That's all right. 40 millimeters apart. Okay, so there's our pattern. This is what we want to replicate. So we're just highlighting it all without getting whatever the hell this thing is in there. I didn't highlight it all because this crap is in the way. Why is it even visible? Unview our other sketch. Oh, that's so much cleaner. Of course, we can't see the holes that we're going to extrude in this thing, but and then we're going to take this and then we are going to make... See, the problem with sketching stuff like this is that when we make this pattern, it's not on a timeline. So if we want to go back and modify that pattern, I don't know how we do it. I don't know how to do it. I don't know how to do that. I could keep the construction lines and everything, but like if I change that 40 millimeters there, I think our hexes are going to spread out a little bit. There's just not enough modularity in this pattern creation. It's all right, though. It'll work out for us. So let's create a rectangular pattern again, because we're boring. And then our distance here is going to be vertical, and it's going to be about like that. So that's 70. Why is that? 70 doesn't quite add up, does it? I think it's a little less than that, because yeah, that's a double line. Is it 60? No. God, that is a weird number. Why is it such a weird number? Why is that number all crazy? 65? Is that like a division of... No. 68? 69? Why is 69 where it meets up? No, it's not. 69 and a half? There's a weird geometry going on here. 69.25. No, it's 69.3? What is this number? 69.28. 9. How can I make this match up? Hold on. I need to get a measurement here. Hold on. Yeah, that is a weird number, isn't it? It's because it's the distance from the vertical here to here. So if I measure that just by putting a construction line on it, so it's 23.094. Yeah, so if I do, you're saying cut and paste it? Yeah, that would probably work. I was gonna do this and then create rectangular pattern, but now I can actually, instead of inserting that number, drag this down, ... measure, and then it can be, oh Christ, from here to what, there? I don't know. We could have measured it. Yeah, just go node to node. Node to node will probably be easier. Well, actually, what I can do is I can create another 40 millimeter construction line out of here through the center. Give that 40. And then I'll use that node to snap the rest of this to it. Did it select those? No. Good. Copy, paste, and then take you. No. Go point to point. Oh, that was the wrong point. That was the wrong selection. Origin point would be here to here. Blah, 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 blah. It's selecting everything. Okay, deselected, paste, point to point from here. Target point is here. There we go. Paste, point to point, target point, end point. Paste, point to point. At least if I need to move them now, at least I'll have a reference. There, that covers everything. I've seen everything. All right, and I guess now we need to go through the laborious process of creating actual, like, things out of these, right? Vertical radius is equal to the horizontal radius times square root of 3. Yeah, because it's a Pythagorean kind of thing. Do I have water? I have water. Look at this filthy fucking hex pattern. All right, well, I need a surrounding area around this vent, and then I need to project that up onto the drawing. And then the other holes, I need to just basically... I could move that off of the center, but I kind of want that to be on the center. I can move this around, though, to cater to all of those needs. I can take this, and I can... Nope, no, I can't. No, I can't, because my anchors are all fucked up. Control-Z! If I unview all the other stuff, just view my sketch, what is all this doing here? What the hell? I guess that's part of, that's what it's projected onto. And really, I should be able to move those things independently. Because, like, oh, but if I take, okay, if I take that whole line and I move it, what is this? What is this? What are you doing here? Looks like I pasted it too many times. Oh my God. It destroyed something. Wait a minute. No, I think that was irrelevant. Hold on. So if I take this... What the fuck? All right. Okay. All right. Everything's fucked up. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. These aren't locked into an angle. That's why. These aren't locked into an angle. If they were locked into an angle, then they would probably be fixed in place. You take that to that, and then give it a distance. I don't know if that'll over-constrain. Nope, stop doing the distance command. I am the winner! Control Z. All right, so whatever. That pattern's not moving in space. I could probably just lock these in if I just lock the triangles together. Like if I take this and I go here like that, and I give these all distances, that'll lock everybody together. I'll just do that quickly. Oh god, that's a cursed angle. And then finally lock you to there. And then it's got to think about it. It's starting to unravel. Everything's starting to unravel a little bit. Control Z that. Distance this guy. They should all be the same. Oh boy. Over constraint. Oh my god. Oh my god. What is happening? Oh, this is so cursed. It's so cursed. So I guess that doesn't really work. Giving them vertical lines to constrain to. Going from all the way from the top to the bottom did help it, but like, I mean, these are constrained, right? Those are constrained. I guess it's just thinking like if I want to change stuff, it's going to go all over the place. And the nodes should have been locked together, but I guess they're just not. And if I try to change the 20 millimeter dimension, the 40 millimeter distance changes. And so that's what's going on. It alters the angle when you try to move this position without moving the other positions. Look at that. Those top ones move just a little bit in order to cater to that. Very strange. I don't know what to do about that. The nodes should probably be locked together, but I don't know if they are. So, this thing is staying still. Yeah, what was that about making this modular? That's what I mean, if I did it in the 3D editing stuff, that probably would be a little bit more tenable than doing it in a sketch. Because in a sketch, there's no history. I need to stretch my legs. Move around a little bit. I guess if I made the distance to this different. If I get rid of the 40s on this... Why does that stay? What's going on here? Ah! Why are you staying? Get out of here. If I get rid of all of these and I lock the nodes together, I wonder if I'll be able to... No. If I'll be able to alter the size of the hexagons and they'll stay together. Like I take these and I constrain. How do I constrain them? Fix them. Collinear is not right. Concentric, no. Parallel, equal, tangent, coincident. I don't think they're coincident, are they? Already been applied. If I move this, that sticks together. So if I coincident these, no, no. Where did you go? Coincident these. I don't think they're actually constraining to one another. Over-constrained. Yeah, it's like all the patterns need to be locked together. Everything's going crazy here. Like, look at that. Why does that happen? What is happening here? And I over-constrain it if I try to do too much. I managed to constrain these, didn't I? Yeah, see how those stick together? I think that's because they're pasted as a group. But those don't. Those do. Okay. I think I just need to continue to coincident things. Until they stick together, which they're not. God damn it. Oh! Oh! I got the Cubert pattern. Oh my god, chat, this is cursed. I don't know how to lock 2 points together. I mean, coincident would be it, but the nodes are on top of one another. I can just like keep clicking until it yells at me. And if I click on something else, it's gonna blow up. Fucker. This sucks. Let's see. Coincident, that, then right click it? Or is it a shift right click? How do you get the list of things? Oh, there we go. Look at all those. There are like 5 coincidences on that. What a coincidence. Oh god, no, don't say it. Don't say it. Say it, don't spray it. Yeah, I don't know which ones those are. All right, we're gonna keep our cursed pattern where it is because I want to continue to work with this thing. I don't want this to continue to be cursed. I would like to drag the pattern around so that I can make it kind of ideally fit into a nice area where it'd be useful. I can't seem to do that. So I don't know what's going on there. Yeah, look at that. Why is that locked into? Why was that going like radius style? That's so weird. Oh, there we go. I can fit it together like that. Dear God. Dear God, it's me. It's me, oh bother. Is there a chance that maybe we could like work this out so it's not completely fucking cursed? Oh my God. Hex patterns are cursed. Yeah. That's why I said it and didn't spray it. It's like rotating. But if I attach this to here, there's some kind of like a rotational thing that it's like locked into for some reason. Yeah, why do they rotate? That's so weird. I don't want you guys to see, this thing is totally free. No, it's not. No, it's not. It's not. That is somehow locked into the diagonal. Now all of these are rotating. See, they're all fucked up now. Control Z until we're out of it. Actually, if I could just get this one attached, then I can... What? Why did it do that? Yeah, Confusion 360. It's true. It's true. Why are you locked into this specific motion? What is doing this to you? Who did this to you? Yeah, they've all got a pattern operation associated with them. Oh, so that's how you get back into the pattern. That's easy enough. It's like missing information or something. Dancing hexagons. Dance for me, hexagons. Dance. Okay, Fusion is rightfully confused. It's got something in it that it doesn't seem to understand how to move around. I think I'm grabbing it from the wrong thing, too. So if I grab it from the dot... Gravity strikes again. Oh my god, everything about it is cursed. Everything about it is cursed. I wanted a hexagon pattern, but it exploded on me. All right, undo, just undo everything. Just get it all back. All right. If I take this and I give it a constraint distance and I try to alter it from there, like let's say it'll just be like that, and I change this distance to 70, it just collapses in on itself. I thought that I was copying and pasting it node by node. Maybe because I did two at once. No, I don't want to move everything but the hexagons because everything is on origin, properly on origin. I can take it all the way back to the first row, and then I can cut and paste just the first row, and I can try to lock it in on that premise without using the 40 millimeters. Maybe that's what did it. Because yeah, it probably thinks that it needs to. Hello? Oh. It probably thinks that it needs to honor that 40 millimeters, and so it needs to rotate on the 40 millimeters. So if we get rid of, what the hell? If we get rid of that, god damn it. Yeah. After the stream today, I want to be printing this. So that's our goal, is to finish this solid that I'm printing. And hopefully it won't be a 10,000 hour print, right? So if I take that and I cut, well, copy, and I paste it, and then why do you do this to me? Why do you torture me like this? If I do point to point, and I take this point and I put it here, cool, it moves both of them at the same time. Cancel, Control Z, repeat, Control, copy, no. Control C, Control, unselect, Control V, there we go. This, from this point to this point. Okay, we're doing it. We're really doing it. Click OK. Those should be locked in there. Let's see what happens. Hey, start doing a little movement thing. That's cute. That's cute. All right, there. We got them to move as one. You go right here. Boom. Locked in. Locked and loaded. Paste. Instead of point to point, I'll just move you like this. And then I'll grab. I don't think I can actually grab those right now. So I'll just move it like that and click OK. Highlight it like a dork. And then do here to here. I didn't like that. Here to here? That didn't really seem to, that didn't lock in. Oh yeah, it did. Look at them all moving together. All right. We have achieved James Webb style patterns. Okay, so that, and then I'm just gonna drop it there. We only need a couple of these to cover the entire geometry, so here to here, and that locks it in. We do it again. This time we just move it in space to wherever it needs to go. Cool, you stay there. Sketching is cursed. Sketching in general is just cursed. Sketching. Hi, it's me. The point that I wanna attach to something. Hello? There we go. Unclick, paste, up here. I probably only need one or two more of these things. Move it there, good. Highlight, grab you. Son of a bitch. Grab it again. There we go. And I need to hit it twice in order for it to actually recognize. All right, is that big enough? All of our hexes. Actually, I don't even need to highlight them. They should move as one. Move as move as one. Okay. There they go. Jeez. All right, so what we want to do, okay, apparently I can't center click to move the view around. I would like for the pattern to avoid both of our boxes, but it appears like it won't. Like no matter where I put it, I can't create an open section for both of these. Although that one That one is movable, but that doesn't really cover the center very well. I mean, if I put the fan into a hex pattern, I would only have to draw boxes around a lot of these. Nah, it doesn't seem very good, though. Or if I put that one in the middle of one, then I'll have to avoid that box. I'm just looking at the stuff that I gotta cut out. So yeah, I think what we need to do is we need to make squares out of some of the, around some of the features. And then we can just make like a, not a very tall hex-like thing stick out of the bottom. If I center that, I don't know if I like it centered. That might be okay, though. We just, like, arbitrarily place it, you know? It doesn't need to be perfect. I kind of want it centered, though. What do you think? Centered, or should I don't know, make it cursed? Or I could do, like, have it come in from the side. Looks like it's gonna have to, yeah, maybe like this. It's funny, it kind of avoids those holes, though. The two LCD holes on the one side. Like, I guess I can make it hit both of the LCD holes like that, and then it just goes into the center of that there, which is okay. It's a little cursed. It is a little cursed. No, I think that's good. Let's just put it right there. It's off by a little bit, but I'm not really going to let that bother me. I mean, I could probably move it over just a little bit. Let's see how close to like a regular number this is. From the corner to one of the 20s. And then we'll give it a distance here. So that would be 4. That didn't move the hexes. Damn it! You bastard. All right. Project that in here. There we go. This box construction from here to here. There. A 4x8 distance. This. You. 4. Go. What just happened? Did that twist? It twisted! God damn it. It's like permanently twisted. Wait a minute. Oh no, our pattern is cursed. What the hell happened? Ah, fuck. Look at that. They're all like this. I guess I can drag them in and like fix them. The ones that are cursed. Like, you need to get pretty close to see the double line. Look at that. Oh my god, this whole thing is fucked. Why do they twist? Okay. All right. We're going back to one pattern again. They all twisted around. I need to lock them into like 90 degrees. So how do I do that? I think it's when I create this. So constraints, let's do, where is the angle? I mean, I could do parallel constraint from here to here. Will that keep it from, that'll make it, it'll still, it'll still twist. I don't know how, you know, maybe, but I don't know how that works. Like, if these were snapped together, over-constrained. I don't know. Did something I do just make it snap together? I think it did. I think I added a constraint on it, and now it won't twist. So that might be it right there. I might have just done it. I might have just solved the problem by constraining something to another one of the vertices. Things were a little unconstrained before. And now if I lock those together, well, now it's thinking about it. There, see, it moves as one. So maybe that works. It's that time of the stream when everybody's earned enough points. That was a struggle. At least I'm a little better at creating hexagons now. I think this way I'll be able to actually move them around and change their size and stuff. That was sort of something that I was missing. You just got to be careful when making these structures. Because the drawing wants to work within its own rules. Save my points for my daughter. That's cute as hell. That's very cute. Glad she enjoyed. Our sense of humor is at the maturity level of Demethel's daughter. I think she's a toddler, so. Okay. So now I think if I move these around, it has no choice but to... Hello? I tell you, Fusion hates hexagons. It hates this. I really wish she's 5. Yep. It really hates hexagons. I don't know why it does it. I don't know why it hates it so much. Just a lot of lines that have sort of a lot of rules around them, and it's got to go through all of that and make sure all of the design criteria are met. And so if you don't have one locked down to an angle, it goes, well, I'm satisfying this condition, and this condition. So when you move it, I'm going to twist it. And you're like, ah, what's going on? Can we watch your friend build stuff? Ah, that's adorable. That is adorable. I can't handle that. That's too sweet. That's too cute. All right, we're going to try to put that line on the center line. And we're going to do it using whole numbers. Whole numbers, which I don't know if we'll be able to do. Although it is 20 millimeter from there to there. So if I do a box now, I might over-constrain it. But we'll just try. From here to here. And we'll do a distance on that. And then the drawing explodes. 4. Oh yeah, I got to project that point in. Boop, boop, boop. Project this. Okay. Then construction from here to here. And Fusion is like, dear God, why have you done this to me? 4.3. Everybody shifts over. Yeah. This one. 6.8. Just make it 7. Everybody moves. All right. There we go. So now we have a thing. Now we have a thing that actually moves all of our hexagon patterns. And the hexagon patterns, if I zoom way in, they're not twisting anymore. The solution to that was by taking the pattern and actually connecting these and these on just one of them. And that'll keep them from twisting. Hey, DJ, bring that back. What is that distance? That's like... It's like a 0.4. Maybe if we go to 5, it'll be aligned. 5. Ugh. It does like all of this work to try to make sure everything is correct. And then the computer eventually figures it out. It's got to go through like probably a long list of operations in order to get it to the, the right thing. Okay, so I need boxes around these guys, and I need boxes around this guy's right there. I mean, I could just include them in the shell operation, and then maybe we'll be able to do that if I just include them with a shell operation. If I include them with a shell operation and then I project them into this drawing, then we can avoid them in the rib operation. I need to stand up for a second here. The only problem is it's kind of cursed the way it's holding on to the this piece. You got these two here, and then that coming off at a weird angle. All right, whatever. We'll just work with it. It'll be all right. So, all right, let's go back to. I mean, but if I do that, then these shells are going to be way too tall. I don't need them to be that tall. Anyway, we're done with this sketch. We're ready to use that sketch. We can go back to this sketch. Hold on a minute. Think. When I do the shell operation, if I extrude these with the rest of the shell operation, then they're going to get their own thing. Hold on. So it's not about sketching it, although this one needs. Okay, go back to the sketch. How am I going to do this? So from the center of the center one, like that, and then we take a box, center rectangle, and we just create a solid around this thing that is 36 by 70. That's all right. 36 by. I mean, I could have done boxes off of the edges of the two ends to make it even, but yeah, 3670. 36. That's the wrong one. 70. 36. So you got to retype the numbers because otherwise Fusion won't see it as an actual geometry that it needs to honor. That will attach itself to the outer edge when it shells. So I guess that's all right. Finish that sketch. And then I need to, what do I need to do? How do I create that, but give it a solid rib around it when the rest of this stuff extrudes? We will do that as a cutout from the original thing. So we don't need to recut. I'll keep these in the recut operation, but I'll go all the way back to, not that, those are the brackets. So I'll go back to this operation, and I'll just take that whole thing. It doesn't even matter. I'll just get rid of the whole thing. I'll have to rebuild it, but do that, and now it's going to be surrounded. So now it actually has a geometry around it. And actually, I think what I can do is I can chamfer the edges so that it's a little softer if I need to. I'll keep it like this for right now, and then do the same with, I think just this one needs it. So if I go back to the extrusion and I hit this thing, now that has a body around it, but I still need to do something to this. So if I go back to right before I shell and I take one of these, I fill it, and I fill it, and I fill it, and I fill it, and I fill it. I take that in a little bit. Just make it nice and soft. There you go, soft edges. Click OK. And then we go back in the timeline, and it's cursed. And it's cursed. Why are you cursed? Why are you doing this? What is this? Why did it lose the inner fillet? What? Wait, what? Why did it do that? Why did it lose that? Look at that. There's the inner fillet, and then it just jumps to the outer fillet. All right. Okay, you know, hey, who am I to judge? This is 2.5 millimeter, so I guess I'll have to refill it. Oh, you know why? It's because the extrusion still is doing this. Okay. There we go. That's why. It was a timeline issue. It's always a timeline issue. That is a little thick, isn't it? That's a little thick, isn't it? Well, I guess it's just going to remain that thick. All my wires are going to have to go through there. That's going to be weird. I guess it'll be okay. Right? I guess it'll be okay. Or sorry, all of my water cooling tubes are going to have to go through that. Yeah, we could deal with that. I can give it I can give it a little chamfer on the outside, just so that the tubes don't kink on the sharp edge. Okay, so from there we need to actually create the ribs. So let's take a look at our sketch for the ribs. Get rid of this sketch that we don't need. And then I need to create the ribs. And the last thing I'll do is create the vents that go below this. Actually, in our sketch for the ribs, I need to project basically these solids up into the end result. So I need to go into this sketch and project, well, basically just that. Because yeah, in some cases, I think we might make a rib that's going to interfere with that hole. I don't know if the tool should be smart enough not to do that, but we'll have to investigate. I would like to be able to alter the size of the ribs and the hexagons like independently, but These, and also the other thing is that these will be only like 1 or 2 millimeters above the surface. They're not going to go all the way to the edge. I'll have to alter the keep out area boxes appropriately as well. I don't know if this one is going to pose a little bit of a problem, isn't it? I'll probably have to give that... how do I do that? Maybe I'll have to draw lines on the 2 edges, and then I'll be able to... Well, that's tough to do, because this is a different depth. I think maybe I can just close this off by drawing a line from here to here. Maybe I can give it that outer box at that distance, and I'll be able to then extrude down and lower that solid. It's a kind of a cursed order of operations, right? All right, we'll finish that sketch, and we'll just see what we're able to do with that. All right, rib tool, let's see what you got. Oh, it'll do it hexagon by hexagon, huh? Now, if I can do thickness is 2, I could make that a 1, but that might be a little bit too thin for this thing. Maybe not. Maybe that'll work. I wonder if, though, I can... If I do 2 millimeter, then it's going to float. Yeah, I don't want that. I can move the sketch. That would be kind of tough to do because I put it on that object. Or they just have to be full height, and then I'll have to find... Maybe I can take the base platen solid and offset extrude it down. I wanted these to only be so high, but I guess I can make them the full height. I probably should have put this sketch on the base platen and had it go up. I'm starting to realize the error in my ways. The video that we watched did not show it to us like that. So, and I have to choose all of these individually for like a shit ton of these. Oh, jeez. All right, well, let's take it one at a time. These aren't broken up, huh? They're not broken up by my projected lines. That's unique. That's unique and difficult to work with. Plastic design tools. Use a boss and snap fit tool to create plastic features. Oh my god. Okay. All right, how are you going to be able to do this? I mean, if I take... I can cut those, but it seems to want to take the entire hexagon and extrude that. So I'm having a little trouble with defining these things. Because yeah, it loves to choose like the entire hexagon. Why is it not? It's just not projecting anything right now. Yeah, cancel. Rib tool. Interesting. Starting to learn some limitations here. Like, I don't know, if I make the hexagons out of individual lines. I can flip the direction on it. Yeah, it seems like maybe I want to be making that pattern on a sketch that actually is on the base plate. But then, like, how... Well, if I do one operation like this, and I click OK on that, and that creates that hexagon, and then I do another one, and I view the sketch again, I create an adjacent, then it's okay with that, but it's still going to project any solid through other stuff. Even though I've projected my lines onto here, and it should probably be breaking up that geometry. I wonder if then I go into, oh boy, if I go into this and then I mean, if I create a solid out of it and then I move the solid and then I do an intersection, what would that do? Let me think about that. Well, if I go into the sketch, oh, look at that stuff. Go into the sketch. I cut out all the stuff like this. Yeah, see, these lines aren't being broken up by that. Yeah, it's going to give me all these warnings about constraints, huh? I don't care. Go away. Wow, there were a lot of solids in there that I had to, a lot of different lines that I had to break up. But this is like the worst thing that you can do. The scissor tool is how you just break drawings. This would be a bad way to do it. This would be a very bad way to do it. Yeah, and it's not recognizing that either. All right, this is cursed. I gotta figure out a better way to do this. I'll probably play around with this on my own. Well, we still got time. I'll hang out a little bit longer. Now, how else can I do this though? I mean, I'm not gonna like trace it. I don't know. I think the rib tool is just cursed. Or maybe I just need to simplify it a little bit, right? I'm trying to bite off more than I can chew. I wanted to make it look cool. I wanted to have like a hex pattern on the background of this thing, but hexes are fucked. They are bad. Let's just control Z ourselves out of the situation for a little bit here. Actually, I want to keep those though. Repeat whatever I just did. Yeah, there we go. That's what yeah, I mean, if I really wanted to, I could like make the sketch and then like trace the sketch in order to make the individual small lines. Like if I made those construction lines and then I went over the construction lines, I don't want to do that like individually. That sounds awful. How do other people do it? Maybe that's why they don't have cool hex patterns and they just have like a simple straight line rib across the thing. And then we also ran into the phenomenon where it would extend the ribs out in order to meet other geometries. So if I actually created just like a pattern of lines, which I could easily do from that other sketch, if I get rid of this sketch, say goodbye to all the work that we just did. The knowledge will stay with us forever, but those are gone. Argon. So if I go into this and I create a sketch on the base here, so now this sketch is located here. Now that it's located there, I can make a low rib pattern in order to fit stuff. But the rib pattern should be smaller and only straight lines. That seems to be what it wants. This tool works in straight lines. I wanted to have like hexes that were just like barely there because you'd be able to see them through the actual platen, but oh well. And I could use the scissor tool to try to cut everything out, but it ends up making things a little bit cursed. So what I want to try to do now is just create just small lines that are going to create the patterning inside of this thing. And I guess I'll just do like a large distance between them. Just like that. And then I can do another one up here. Just going across these pieces. Let's just try this out. Actually, wait, not like that. It's easy. But the problem is, okay, I'll make a construction line from hole to hole in a square pattern, and we'll work with it from there. Do we want one coming off of this? No, I want it like this. And then one like this. One out of here. One out of here. I don't know if that's going to work. If the line does that, it might be bad. But actually, if I take that and I actually take it from here, that one should be X. This one might cover over that hole. We'll have to see. We'll have to see if that actually works. That one already has this, so I can... Oh, that's not the right line. All right. No, what's going on? All right, you come out of here. Yeah, if they're not hole to hole like that, I can make them a regular line. Son of a bitch. Okay, all right, hold on. Project. Those don't need ribs, although they could get diagonal ones. That actually would probably be pretty good. Let's see what that ends up with. So that is 45 degrees. Make that solid. I'm just making a bunch of stuff that I can play with to try to create the ribs here. I'm gonna drop a solid line on top of that, and it's inside. See what that does. All right, let's just see what these lines will do. Because I could just create, see, I could just make these like this. And we'll add more as we discover more, but for right now, we'll try that. I'll finish that sketch. I got a bunch of scribbles. So what I'm gonna do is I could probably drop that down. If we're doing ribs, I could probably drop that down to nothing. I don't need that anymore. Yeah, that's true. I'm gonna get rid of that one. Well, okay, hold on. This tool, and I'm gonna create one like that, and I'm gonna make it 1 millimeter, and I'm gonna flip the direction so it goes up, and it's gonna go distance, and it's gonna go 2 millimeter, 1 by 2. We'll probably make it 2 by 2. Okay, so it's gonna just do it on, unless I do extend. Okay, so if I click extend, it takes it out to the next solids. So we'll make them 2 by 2. Anyway, probably make them 3 by, make them a little thicker and a little stout. That's pretty good. I like that. I think that'll be okay. I just don't like how it's not a hexagonal pattern, damn it. Oops. So we'll do this tool on this one. That extends it out, but it doesn't... see, it's getting cut off by the other geometries. What if I do this one? Oops. What if I do the one that cuts through everybody? It's going to cut through everybody. It's going to cut through, and I'd have to redo my openings. Okay, all right. I'm getting to understand this a little bit more. When you click the extend, it'll go until it hits something, whether that be something that you've already extruded or not. And so you probably have to add additional lines. But no matter what, if there is a non-construction line sitting somewhere, it will turn that into a rib. Which makes my job a little harder. It makes my job a little harder. If I do hex sections and I can select not the entire path, that would be good. But that means that I need to draw the individual lines that make up each hexagon, because I think it's going to take it as a solid no matter what. Yeah, I deleted them all. I expected you to send an emote because I said all of our work is now gone because it's cursed. No matter what, if I create a polygon, I'll just do that. I'll just do that right here like this, right? So I've created a polygon and it's not a construction line. If I use this tool, it is going to select the entire path as the thing that I want to extrude, not the individual piece. And so that makes it a lot harder to put together like a hexagon. So if I cancel that and I go into this sketch and I make this into a construction line, and then I do an individual line here, individual line here, here, oops, here. God, this is labor intensive. It means you won't have overlapping lines, but still. There, and then I go finish the sketch, and I do this, I click, it's still doing the whole thing. So I can't, that's the problem with the hex pattern, is that it was making solids outside of the box, and it was like making, like, it almost felt like I should have started with that pattern and then created everything around it, which is silly. That doesn't save me any time. And it loves straight lines, apparently. Yeah, it does kind of suck. Like, if I create this line and I create it out to the two extremes and then I create this line only goes from here to here. So it doesn't create the entire rib. I mean, I've got to, like, plan out the whole pattern probably at once. In which case, why don't I just put troughs down? I can put troughs down and then it would avoid the geometries that I need them to avoid. I might just be clicking on a lot of different solids, though. Well, we learned a little bit about ribbing patterns today and why they suck. What the hell? Well, yeah, that's obnoxious. Drocktober. Thank you for following. Dr. October. Spicy ribs. I wonder if I'm going to have spicy ribs tonight. Isn't that weird? I'm a little annoyed. Ribbing for no one's pleasure. God fucking damn it. That was good. I'm angry at this thing. I'm angry at it. Yeah. All right. Well, I guess what I need to do is just kind of like figure this out on my own. I need to just figure this out on my own and create. I mean, I almost don't even need a ribbing pattern at this point. I could just create like geometry structures. Let's just do that real quick. All right, hold on. Let's Control Z our way out of all of our problems. Control Z until we feel good about ourselves. That's right. All my responsibilities melting away. All right, so I think what I can do, let's go back to that sketch though. I do need that sketch. This sketch is on the bottom surface of this whole thing, right? Did we broke it yet? Oh yes, with alacrity. Actually, I should round the edges of that. So let's do one more chamfer after the shell. Before the shell? Before the shell. Let's just hit that with a little bit of a chamfer doodle. So we soften up these. That one there. That one there. We'll just pull it in a little bit. There, now we can fast forward time. There we go. That's a little softer on those edges. Not that it needs to be, but I mean, whatever. Actually, that shouldn't even be in there, because if we're going to create a rib around it, and we're just going to do it a normal way. What the hell was in my beard? Was that there the whole time? I see shit in my beard. Man, we didn't even get to the water cooling stuff. That's all right. We got tomorrow. I don't really need that to be that high. Unless I want to put like a piece of foam in there. That actually could be a good idea. That could be a dust cover. All right, fine. We'll keep that thick as a bowl of oatmeal. So let's go and let's edit this sketch. What are you even water cooling? That's my business. That's not your business. Okay, is solid, because we're in the plastic edit menu. Oh, that's interesting. New sketch, this plate. What we're water cooling this is the control panel for something called Burn the Subs. Burn the Subs is this board on my wall. For those of you that don't know, when you sub to this channel, you get your name laser etched onto a board, an actual piece of wood. This has been going on for several, I don't want to count the number. Many years we've had this board running on this channel, and it's been a wonderful asset to the rest of this to my Twitch streaming career. But the thing is, we want to update it, and I want to update it with this live edge board you see mounted on the wall. So we've got a lot of the hardware sorted out for the most part. I mean, there's still some edits that I kind of want to do to some of the parts. I don't know if I'm going to 3D print the axis or whatever. I think those are okay. I'm going to need larger drag chains, but while we're at it, I'm sort of updating all the hardware so that it looks kind of modern, and it looks like I actually put effort into it. Even though it's still going to be made out of garbage, the next version of the board is going to get professional servos and stuff. This is still stepper motors. So the reason that we water cool is because we did a test a long time ago where we took the motor drivers and we pitted them against a NEMA 23 pitted against another NEMA 23. And these motor drivers ended up heating up to the degree where they would skip steps. And so that petrifies me, because if that board, which is a giant work area, loses steps, then we can have names that end up colliding with other names. Software is supposed to prevent that, but it only, basically this only interprets distances into pulses. It has some inertial stuff built into it, which we're gonna have to do on the next version. Good God. But there's so much work to do. But so anyway, in order to make sure that my drivers here stay nice and cool and operational, I kind of was like, what am I gonna do? Well, it turns out, I mean, through the years I've been buying stuff for like smaller like water cooling jobs. Like, water cooling isn't just for computers. So what I ended up doing is using an EKWB water block EK water reservoir for that was supposed to be for another computer project, an alpha cool reservoir, an alpha cool Raspberry Pi water block, because that's what fit on top of the motor drivers, and I bought an extra one because we have a Raspberry Pi that's running Burn the Subs. It runs all of the operations that do all the intelligence stuff for me, so I don't have to sit there and hand program G-code. So anyway, we got 3 water blocks here. While we're at it, why don't I water cool the laser now that we're in a different version of Burn the Subs? Because the laser gets pretty hot. We used to have a big heat pipe, heat sink sitting on the laser itself. Well, part of that alpha cool ecosystem of parts are these distribution blocks. And these distribution blocks are a G1/4 adapted 1-5 like tiny little like 1/8 of an inch tube connector. Hold on. Fucking heartburn, man. So what I've decided that we can do is we can actually put the laser inside of one of these. And so this will end up being mounted to the y-axis, and I'll still have to figure out how to mount all that stuff properly. Because I definitely need screws to hold this thing in, you know? This thing definitely needs screws, and I want to have water flow around the can for the laser. And I don't know if maybe I need to find a slightly smaller can than this. I would like to definitely retain the focusing optics. This is the part that needs to be cooled, and this thing on the back I can probably remove in order to fit this thing through. So I can either modify a G1/4 fitting and have the laser kind of sticking out of that. What I'd rather have is the laser to be kind of in the middle here, and I'd be able to pump water around it and then back out the other end. So we've been fooling with pumps, we've been fooling with water cooling, we've been fooling with lasers. We haven't made a ton of progress on all that stuff, but we're getting there. What I'm working on right now is reducing the amount of time that it's going to take me to print this platen right here. A platen is just a plate. This plate right here, which holds up all of the electronics and will have holes in it, presumably, for fan, because the overall body of the electronics is going to have a little knock to a fan on it. That's going to get cooled, because this thing generates quite a bit of heat, and I'm not going to water cool it. That would be psycho. But we have the distribution blocks feeding all this stuff. We fired it up the other day, and it leaked all over my desk. There's like pinhole leaks somewhere. I hope the fittings aren't leaking here. It might just be that the pump that we're using is so hardcore that it's actually causing leaks. These don't leak. These never have. I didn't even have the extra little collars on them in order to hold them on the previous system, and they never leaked. But these are like sieves. I don't know why these are leaking so much. It might be that I need to drop a bead of silicone around the bases. We'll get to that eventually. Right now, what we're doing is we're working on that platen, because if I can get a final design for this platen, I could theoretically have it printed by stream time tomorrow. The next stream will start in approximately 4 hours and 26 minutes and seconds ago. All right, so that's not updated yet. The mod team updates things on their own schedule, so I was going to try to use it to figure out what when the next stream was. Why does it say edited in parentheses after it? It shouldn't do that. I don't have Discord open. I'll update those after stream, and I'll try to personally keep on top of that. Anyway, it's a Discord thing. So anyway, what I'm trying to do is reduce the amount of material on that print, because that's a 14-hour print. That's what I was going to get into by figuring out when the next stream is that, that's a 14-hour print. 14 hours. Was anyway. I don't know what this is going to take. I don't know what kind of time limit this is going to take. I could reduce the size of these, but I think I should keep them as big flat feet. I think that's fine. But yeah, the amount of time that this is going to take to print is going to be severely reduced by shelling it, by turning it into a shell, and it'll also project more light from behind in case I want to put LEDs up against the the control panel backing, which could be fun. I kind of want to do that. So what I've done is I've expanded the sides until they reach the various holes, and I guess I could use chamfer operations on the edges of these to kind of draw them into the rest of the stuff, just to make sure that they have support. But we've been playing with the rib tool, which is not exactly the best tool in AutoCAD. I feel like something could probably auto-generate the patterns for you. Sacrificial Peltier between the component and the cooling circuit. All right. Let me lay it out for you. Peltiers are designed for engineering 101 students to do projects on, and that's it. That's all they do. Unless you're getting into hardcore telecom and you absolutely have to extract all of the heat from something at any cost, they use too much current to do any sort of measurable work. You can have a Peltier stack on like a processor maybe, and it'll kind of work, but it uses so much current that it's prohibitive. I don't fuck with Peltiers because I know what I'm doing in engineering. That's basically it, right? If you know what you're doing, you're not going to mess with the Peltier elements. They're not worth it. They're not worth it. They just never are worth it. Oop. Now I'm going to have everybody argue with me because they don't believe me. All right, so I think what I need to do is I just need to draw some lines between all of the limits of these things, and then just make like a generic structure in there. I'm a little nettled about that because I was hoping that I could do like a cool geometry fill and have that look really awesome, right? If we could do hexagons inside of the thing, that would look really cool. But the hexagons go outside of the area. Just take my bits. Thank you. They go outside of the area of the solid, and then for some reason AutoCAD thinks that it's perfectly fine for me to create like a hexagon like way out next to my print. Many cooled astronomy cameras use Peltiers. Yeah, because they absolutely positively need to get down in temperature in order to get the frequencies into the lens, or else they can't do it, in which case you have no other choice than to use a Peltier. If you have any other choice, don't use a Peltier. They probably don't care about how much current the camera needs, and so they just, you know, hook it up to the power lines directly. Like, seriously, like a Peltier like this big can take like 50 amps, or like, what was it, 15 amps at 15 volts, 10 amps, and it can barely cool anything. Like, it barely felt cold on the cold side. It was for like an RV fridge. I gave them to a friend of mine, and he used them as his computer. I don't think it did anything. They're just useless, man. They don't do anything. Don't trust Peltiers. All right, they sound too French. They're too French for our own good. All right, I'm gonna work with this on my own. I just need to like give it a couple ribs, and then I'll end up printing it, right? I think what I'll do is I'll drop down this extrusion, and then I'll just make a couple rib patterns in here, and then I'll go in and I'll chamfer everything on my own. The Intel cryo cooler they tried out not too long ago. It drew 200 watts. Yeah, there was one. Who did that? It wasn't EVGA. Somebody had one, and it had to have like EK. EK did it. Yeah, EK does a lot of cool stuff, but EK did a Peltier cooler that actually had a like a dew point sensor in it, which is not an uncommon sensor. It's like an electronic sensor, a MEMS sensor that is widely available. But what it did was a calculation to figure out what the dew point was in order to keep it from forming condensation on the processor, because you can't just slather everything in Vaseline all the time. Although some people do. Freaks. They're perverts. Oh my God, when did the duct break? Oh, when did that happen? Look at this. There's just like a flipper against the back of the... Oh my God. When did that happen? I don't like to kink shame, but some people have it coming. Well, I mean, some people are getting that sort of thing out of... Never mind. All right. My duck. Oh, don't rub it in with the duck tongue. I think what I'll do is I'll use the main posts and I'll create lines off of it. Let's do that right now. We still got a little bit of time. So what I can do is go back to the initial extrusion. I'm going to finish this sketch. We're going to hold on to this sketch because that's our ribs. We'll call it ribs. Ribs. Okay, that's our ribs sketch. Why are we in the sketch? Finish the sketch. All right, ribs. All right, so we go back all the way to where I extrude out of here the solids, and I just click that. And as long as I do that, then it's not going to build anything around that. If I do this one, well, that'll create individuals. If I just get rid of this entirely, how do I create... Thinking. Hold on. Thinking. I think what I need to do is I need to make the block off section for this on its own. Because what I can do is, well, I guess I could just draw the ribs around this. Yeah. Fillet 1 and fillet 2 are errors. Delete. Let's see. Yeah. Okay, I think I know what I'm going to do. So what I can do is go back into this sketch. I'm going to project this and this. And then I'm going to draw a solid line from here. And I don't want to go into the holes. I want to keep away from those. That one I'll need to extrude out. Yeah, all right. So I guess every rib on this is going to be a solid line because I really need to control where they are. Which is kind of unfortunate. That tool's supposed to kind of like save you time. It doesn't appear to from what I'm seeing of that tool. I'll come out from here. Actually, we'll turn that into a box. That, like that. I don't know if I want something from that. I don't think I really need that. I don't think I need the vertical pieces either, but I'll do them anyway. Just like this. That's gonna, that's too much. That's too much. We'll just go straight over. Make them nice and thin. So let's make a construction line on that. And I'll take that from there to there. No. Here. I'll do the same thing over here. And because this tool sucks, because it sucks, I need to go around this, because that's going to be a cutout. Or I just need to move that. I'm just going to move that down. Let's just move that down. So let's go back to the original sketch. Hello? Oh, wait, I need to finish that sketch. I need to finish my dark work before I go all the way back to that. So that would be 32. Let's make it 40. And that kind of puts it in the center there. So all of our tubes are going to come in through that. They'll be kind of close to the fan, but I think they'll be okay. Probably should make that a little wider. Let's make it 15. We'll give it a whole extra millimeter. My God, he's so generous. All right, so finish that sketch. We'll go all the way back to here. And then we need to do some dark work. So I need to make a solid line from here till it intersects with this. Why does it, no, Control Z. What are you doing? What are you doing? Solid line from here. There we go. Select the weird point first, huh? Wait, are there still 2 lines in there? There were still 2 lines in there. Okay, redo that. Go back into the sketch. Solid line from here to here. That'll be another rib. This one's going to be a little weird. It's probably going to mess up the 3D print. That's okay. We'll just deal with it. Because what I want is for these to come out of the posts and support them a little bit. There's really no engineering behind what I'm doing right now. This is all decorative. Let's be honest. I can make it look cool and I can have it also support the back platen, but it's not couched in any kind of engineering discipline. It just looks cool. That's all it does, is it looks cool. Now, I can't have these lines go into there, but I need to use that. So I'm going to make a construction line from here, centered, to here. I'll do the same on this one. Every now and then, it just like decides to like freeze. You probably have hit Control S like ages ago, huh? there to there. That's going to be part of the primary structure. We need this one here. I'll just do like 2. I'll just do, I don't know. What is that? Should I go like 40 millimeter out from there, or just go through here? Let's extend these all the way out. Yeah, I think that's good. We'll extend those all the way out, and those will be our ribs. So all I need to do now is just get these line segments to be ribs. Oh my god, I said ribs, and then my glucometer yelled at me. Like, don't you dare. I know what happens when you eat ribs. Get the itis. You start farting. What did I... Oh, huh? Okay. Get that out to there. And then we can do... I'm not going to do this segment there. We'll go from here. Get all the way out to here. The reason that I'm making these fully solid lines is just because of the way the tool works. The tool's kind of like dumb. It's not that great. It's really not that great, to be honest. Now, I wonder if I could do something else with this. Like if I actually, well, but the problem is I'm trying to go out to here. Although I could narrow that, and then we wouldn't have all those intersecting lines. Yeah, let's narrow that, and then we don't have, it's not as messy if we narrow this up a little bit. That can be a little bit, it can be a little bit cursed. Hello? No, I would very much like to delete whatever this is. Delete. Oh, I see what that is. Well, if I do it out from the screw holes, I guess, yeah, I guess we'll do, these will be a little bit more narrow. We'll just do it out from the screw holes, and that way it'll be a little bit more, planned. Do it out from the screw holes into those, and then it'll hit it in a weird way, but it'll be okay. So if I need to do construction lines because I don't want the lines to be inside of anything. So we can do that. I guess that doesn't quite hit that one. That makes it a little cursed, doesn't it? Well, actually, from there, I can just take this one and go across. That doesn't look great. What is this? Hold on. What is this distance? I could take that. Okay, here's the idea. Here's the idea. Take that to there. Take this one over to the other one. And then we can take a mirror tool. I can take this and this, mirror on this, which is, I think, just about centered. Although if I move that, things are going to get a little weird. But that way I've got 2 midline ones, and this one isn't really midline, but I guess we'll just keep it the way it is. I guess. I don't know. I don't know if I like that. I don't know if I like that. Well, we'll keep it. The only problem is this line is going to interfere with the tubes going in and out. And it might constrict this area right here. But if I give it a little bit more space, I can't. I can't without it becoming weird. Okay, so instead of going on that line, you go away. I'll do from this edge, just 90 degrees into here. I'll take the other end to do the same thing. Nope. Right angles. Right angles, people. Let's go. That doesn't... I didn't even put a line down? What's going on here? There we go. Okay, so there, and then I'll mirror that. Mirror! You and you. There, it's just aesthetics. It's just aesthetics right now. There. That's a little wider. It won't get in the way. What does L do? Or are you just logging it as a loss for me? Oh wait, no, we don't need it to go all the way in like that. Control Z. How many control? There. Oh, L is right angle? Sorry, we're my brain is mush. My brain scrambled eggs right now. So yeah, I'm just trying to control where all of these solid lines are so that we don't have stuff that like cursedly intersects with stuff. Screw holes out? Yeah, we'll do from the 2 holes here straight out. So we need construction lines so that we don't get into the solids, as Odo would say. Like that. And then you two straight up. Straight up. Now tell me. Actually, if I wanted to actually like resemble the other dimension, this is the other dimensions, I go from here, and here. I think that's a little better. For no reason other than aesthetics. Let's be honest. Let's be honest. We do a lot of engineering here. This is not that. This is not that. There's a right angle. Sometimes you got to fish around for the for where it snaps in. Because I want that right angle constraint. And you can actually limit the constraints. I mean, that's what this window is all about, but I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that right now. I'm just trying to get a pattern on here so that we can actually print something. I'm sad that I had to give up hexes, though. Hexes and, like, weird lines, and like you know, 45-degree angle lines. I mean, I guess I could still add them into this one if I want. It looks less natural, and it would be great if it could generate some kind of a design around that. But we can at least soften up all of those ribs, and I can make them small, so they'll still be visible through the thing, which is why I'm so sad that, you know, they're not triangles. They're not quite what I wanted. Triangles or like, you know, spider web pattern or something. I mean, I guess I could try to like put down a hexagon and draw lines coming out of it just for fun, but I don't think that's really going to work. Especially given the complexity of using the tool. That's the annoying part. So, all right, let's try to use this. Okay. Heartburn. Okay, let's try to use this. Let's see what we can do with this. So what I'm going to do is I'm now going to use this tool, and I will choose just the... Why does it do the box? It really didn't need to do the box, but whatever, that's fine. We'll do 1 millimeter by... Or, sorry, thickness of 3? I guess, yeah, 3 works. 3 by 2? We'll do that. Don't extend the curves. Extend the curves. Look okay. And then the sketch goes away because it's dumb. Bring it back. Use it again. There. 3 by 2, extend curves, okay. Use it again. There's going to be like 60 of these things. Wait, why did that one? Oh, no, I don't know. No extending curves on that. Oh, I need to go back and actually re-extrude the hole for... That ain't right. Cancel. Oh, no, it's the main extrusion, isn't it? Right here. And then I need to not choose you, and you. Wait, no, that's not going to work. That's not going to work. Cancel. Okay, there's a second extrusion where I cut out, yeah, these things. And I'll add this one to it. There we go. Anything else that we ruin, I'll need to add to it as well. But okay, so those are the cutouts that we have. So let's do this guy and no more extending curves. I don't need you to think. And I guess you can only choose one at a time, huh? God, that is annoying. I feel like we could do this better without the tool. I guess the tool might free you up for... What is this? Well, I guess when this one comes in, it'll cover it over, but it still might make like a little triangle out of that. So it's like I need to think about how it's going to overlap into the thing. Why don't I just draw it with a bunch of troughs and then extrude those? It just means a little bit of extra clicking. Not even that much extra clicking, actually. That's not, and then it would be one step. God fucking damn it. This thing, that tool sucks. That tool fucking sucks. I'm angry at that tool. All right, click on this, and then we unhighlight this, and now we have our plat. No, wait, that was the wrong thing. That was the wrong, keep doing the wrong thing. It's actually right here. Nope, wrong one. Wrong one again. Sorry about the repetition. That's the wrong one too. Dude, yeah, this is the one, because it highlights the stuff. So right here, that's where our tubes are coming in. Boy, oh boy. Oh, wait, no, I need to hit Control-Z about 250,000 times in order to get rid of all those construction lines that I don't want in my sketch. Okay, Control-Z. We're Zing our way back. All of our problems just melt away in light of Control-Z. We're going to use all these construction lines in order to create... you know what? No, I can't Control-Z. Let's go all the way back. All the way back to here. And let's just edit our sketch. And I'll just get rid of all these line segments that we don't need now, that we're going to use troughs in order to create our 2mm thingies. We just got to make sure that we're highlighting the solid lines on these. What a bullshit tool. I'm really legitimately like angry at that. That wasted like my whole day. What are all these? Okay, those are the anchor points. Is this dotted, or did I get rid of the dotted lines? I think I got rid of the dotted lines by accident. I don't know. Or no, it was just projected in. What the? Oh, I guess I drew some of these solid initially. What a ripoff, you know? I feel fleeced. Feature fleece. I would rather this thing like calculate stuff and like create like a cool pattern, you know? That'd be nice. Maybe a little like cool pattern out of it or something. Are these not anchored to anything now? Yeah, we'll have to fix that, but Owen Morton! Thank you for subbing. I appreciate the sub. Yeah, so apparently the meta on this one, the way that I should be making it, is just by creating a point-to-point slot. And it's the best thing that I got for doing that. I mean, you just go boop to boop. Yep. Well, this one has to go in a little bit so that it creates a nice 2mm rectangle pattern. I mean, I guess I could use a center rectangle, but that's going to create a lot of mess in the drawing. We could just do that, and then I could probably just make them all equals together, and that way if I want to go through and I want to expand the size of my ribs, I can do that. And since they're rounded on the ends, if they happen to collide with something and I need them to, like, you know, I need them to actually like fluidly have like a curve where two of them meet in the middle of something, that'll have sort of a chamfered thing on it. I guess that's just the best thing that I got for that. And by virtue of the fact that I'm creating them like this, that is now an extrudable solid. So I will be able to click on each of the individual ribs and just extrude them as one big thing. I don't understand why that tool exists. The rib tool is a ripoff. I'm mad. I'm actually a little bit incensed by this this tool that I've tried to use. All I need to do is just go to the slot tool. It all comes back to the slots. I just go out to this and I go to enter. And actually, I can just do. Why is that not anchored to anything? What are you doing? Go there. Huh? What's going on here? There you go. Still not. It's still not locked in. Did I not tell you to go? Jeez. Stupid thing. Yeah, I'll use the equals tool to do this. Let's get rid of this dimension. Actually, equals this and this. Why is that not doing it? I think maybe I need to not define that. Hold on. Maybe I just need to use the slot tool, center to center. I go from this point to, we'll just use this one, and then I just give it anything, and then I'll do equals here to here. Ta-da. Why? Why do you do this to me? There. So now if I need to change the size of that thing, all I need to do is change one of them. So I just need to do that for all of it, and then I'll extrude it, and then I'll be ready to print this. That's pretty much all that I wanted to do. Anyway, all right. So I'm going to leave you guys with that and the fact that I'm not happy with AutoCAD right now. I'll create like a ribbing pattern inside of this thing. Maybe I will do like a starburst ribbing pattern. You know, something that has triangles. Sewing triangles. We're gonna do some knitting. We're gonna do some knitting. Rib structure plastic. None of this stuff. Something like that. I don't know. A little bit more complicated than that. I think that's what I'm gonna try to create. And we'll see how that goes. And then I'll print it. And I don't think it'll be available for tomorrow. But tomorrow we need to play with shrink wrap and water cooling to make sure that we can stop this thing from leaking and see whether or not the actual problem with this thing was actually that the pump is pumping. It's pumping. It pumps a little too hard, and maybe it's pushing out water through the fittings, and maybe I can figure it out. Yeah, shrink wrap, because we're using silicone tubes. Shrink wrap we can put around the end of the tube, and we can shrink it, and then it'll squeeze in, much like a hose clamp. So we can make sure that there's absolutely no leaks. No, shrink wrap will put pressure on it, I think. We'll try it. I mean, why not? I don't have any other choice. The other thing that we could do is cut longer pieces of tube so that there's more of a clamping force on the entire thing. But I mean, I thought that would be fine. So anyway, I appreciate all the raids and everything like that. I'm going to wrap up. I'm probably just closing shop. Let's see what's going on here. I need to, all important, finish sketch, Control S. So the rib tool sucks. Use lines. The other part of it is that if I want to make a special pattern here, I'm going to have to put down dots and do all of my troughs into that. That's going to be a lot of structures, but I think what I'll be able to do is draw like triangles or something. And what'll happen is if I give these a radius, then my solids intersecting with one another will create openings. So I'll be able to just click on that and extrude it. It's like a no-brainer. The ribbing tool sucks. You can't select multiple things. So you'd have like 60 steps on the end of your drawing. So I'll play with that tonight. I'll play with that tonight instead of playing my summer car. I don't ever stop working. I will go working into an early grave. All right. Thank you guys so much for the subs. Thank you for the follows. Thank you especially for the raids. I appreciate it. See if anybody else is around. And in between streams, you guys can find me on Discord. I will be hanging out there, just doing my thing. Not a lot. What's Rabba's doing? High Fleet. I don't even know what that is. I think a lot of people were going to do VR, what do you call it? VR Hitman. Yeah, that's what Djibouti Show's doing right now. Everybody's jazzed about that. My VR still doesn't work. Anyway, here's the end card. I don't know if it's been updated, but that has links to my Twitter, my Discord. Twitter, I haven't twirted a lot, so next stream start in 19 hours, 2 minutes. So I have 4 hours to finish the ribbing and get that printed. Otherwise, it's not going to be ready for the next stream. If it is actually 14 hours. All right, yeah, you guys have a good one. Thank you guys for coming along and hanging out with me. And I will see you tomorrow where we'll hopefully be working with this thing a little bit more, huh? We're gonna get wet tomorrow. It's gonna be moist.